Honorable members, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity,
Prayers.
we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness to call to the performance of such important of leaders and parliaments. Let your blessing descend upon them in the just government of humanity, and grant that they may, as to look upon with your abundant favor, and consider all matters that shall come under your been pleased to call to the performance of such just and faithful a manner as to promote your own and let your blessing descend upon them as the good of those whose interests and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their charge. Amen.
Item number 2 in the order paper, communication from the chair.
Thank you, colleagues. I welcome you to today's sitting. As you are
Item
aware,
number 2 in the order paper,
be aware,
communication from the
13th
chair.
of April, 2023. Colleagues, I welcome you to today's sitting. Mr. Case Mahakanizi, as you are Secretary or aware, officer, as you might all be aware, on 13th of April 2023, we lost one of our grandsons, Mr. Case Mahakanizi, Permanent Secretary, Office of Economy. Most of us interacted with him in this parliament. I think we would have fond memories if we were given chance to speak about him, especially on how he handled business, where once it was A, he would tell you it's A. He would resist pressure. He would listen to MPs. He would welcome any debate, most on issues to do with the budgeting and how we set our priorities as a country. So it's a really sad moment. I happened to have gone to see him when he was sick in Turkey last year. And we spent some very good time together where we shared very, very many fond memories. I can say I was among the people he was mentoring because really he knew everything to do with processes of governance in this country. After when I was made chief whip, we shared a lot. And then later on, he was transferred to office of the Prime Minister, where he became my permanent secretary, and he continued mentoring me, and I'm sure many other people. So I talked to him, I think like 1 month ago, after I had learned that he was in hospital in Turkey. We spoke on phone, and we spoke for a long time, because I was having a business trip in Miran, and I was asking him if I could check on him, but his situation was not good at that time. His immunity was extremely low. They couldn't allow him to meet visitors. So we spoke, and only to receive sad news that he had passed on. On your behalf, I called the wife, Mrs. Janet Mahakanizi, and I passed on our condolences as a house. And I feel also we shall get an opportunity maybe to say more about him. I've read in the media that the president has granted him an official burial, but we shall be waiting for the Prime Minister to communicate to us officially so that we see what program they have, if it includes moving a motion here on the floor, paying tribute, like how we usually do for all official burials. Colleagues, in the same vein, on the 16th of April, 2023, we also lost His Lordship, Maseru Musene, retired judge of the High Court. Justice Musene had a distinguished career in the judiciary, and his burial will be on 22nd April 2022 in Kushu Town Council, Bududa District. The one of case, the red case Mahakanizi, we hope the body reaching the country on Thursday, and then maybe bury your tentative on Saturday. Once we get the clear information, shall ensure that we inform you. So with such misfortunes, colleagues, I request that we stand up and we observe a minute of silence.
May their souls rest in eternal peace.
Colleagues, also, as you're aware, we are now in the budgeting process, and I want to thank the committees. You're doing a tremendous job. I've been scanning through some of the committee rooms. I can see you are working, and any support you'd need from us as a leadership of Parliament, we are ready to give you the support. But as you are aware, according to our rules, we should process ministerial policy statements by 20th of this month of April. And that means on Thursday. And we have around 18, there should be around 18 ministerial policy statements. So I'll be taking you through this process, and I want to give more time to service-based sectors, because they are the ones which really ensure that they deliver services for our people. So I would want us to have an extensive debate. This is the only opportunity you have to have an extensive debate and an extensive contribution on sectors which don't fall under your committee, because you are not sitting in the other committee. So committee chairpersons, you have to ensure that indeed you keep within time. Government Chief Whip, tomorrow, I want us to focus on municipal policy statements so that we can have time to debate them. Because you see, budget comes once in a year. I only need around 3 days of your time to ensure that we do this. So let's ensure that indeed all these other businesses on schedule, we shall push them that far. But I will only allow for one urgent matter for which we received many concerns, for the Minister of Foreign Affairs to update us on the situation in Khartoum, where we have very many of our people who are stuck there. I hope he can give us an update. Secondly, an issue which I would want to be handled next week, so I need the minister to be informed. Social media, especially Twitter, is awash with exhibitions of potholes in Kampala. We have potholes of each and every design, of each and every size, the beautiful ones, the ugly ones, the deep ones, the shallow ones, you know, the wide ones, the narrow ones, they are all in Kampala. Those which are filled with water, those which are dry, they are all in Kampala. So, I have been following. Because I remember a few years when I still had energy of being an activist, we organized the Kampala Pothole Expo. Some years back when I had the energy of being an activist. And it was a successful expo because we managed to showcase most of these potholes, and government came up and took action. But really, when you check, like you're going to URA, for example, to sort your taxation issues, you're going to pay taxes. And you're coming from there and you fall in a pothole and you break a shock absorber. Then you ask yourself, why? I ask myself how ambulances even are navigating some of these roads, especially having like pregnant women, you know, it's really, really too much. Now, today, Honorable Linus also came to me complaining that some men are no longer functioning properly, their backs are broken because of these potholes. So Mama Cicero Guar told me the women are producing prematurely because of potholes. Now she has she used the word producing prematurely. So which is of course a miscarriage. So the Honorable Minister for Kampala next week, I need you on Tuesday to bring a statement to the House on how much money KCC has received for road construction and maintenance for the last 3 years, because those potholes don't come in a minute. But also the quality of works. We have some of the roads, they cross the road for 2 years to make it, then it develops potholes in 3 months. Now you ask you, huh? So we need to look at that. We shall need which roads were constructed using these funds and maintained, and the status of each road as of now. Of course, last time we received about the loans that we had given, but the situation is so dire. And these are simple rains, because even when you move on that channel of Bryce, which they just made, it's again silted. It's, you know, it's again silted. I don't know really what's happening on this. So, Minister for Kampala, next week on Tuesday, we need a statement so that we see whether the problem is from our side, we don't appropriate enough money, or whether we are, but let plenary also come in and tackle this issue. So that's my communication, colleagues. A leader of opposition, let me first give the leader of opposition, then I allow procedure.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, on your communication, I agree with your wise ruling, but I was surprised to see a notice that criminalizes taking of pictures of these potholes. Rather than us working on the potholes, we criminalize and say, you see, when you take these potholes, they scare away tourists and investors. But does it make sense for investors to come and fall into these potholes?
The notice was from who, Honorable?
From the minister of Kampala, of course.
But you don't take pictures of potholes.
Yes, because that you are scaring out tourists. And actually, some people were arrested to that effect. So really, I think really we are not doing our work right. Otherwise, I agree with your ruling that we need to discuss it and deal with it rather than looking at you know, criminalizing really what doesn't help this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Soselga, you had the procedure, madam?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to seek your guidance on the matter of the bill which Parliament passed recently. It's almost a month ago when this House discussed at length the anti-homosexuality bill, and it was passed with overwhelming majority, and there was no clause in the bill that was not interrogated. And I do not remember any clause where there was any contention. And I do not remember any clause where the House had to negotiate with either the Attorney General or anyone. And I was very impressed, Right Honourable Speaker, that our very own Honourable Fox Odoi this time repented for having done what he did last time and has not caused any issue at all since we passed the bill. We have not had anywhere that he has raised any contradiction, and we are very grateful to him. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I am raising a matter of national of procedure, because since we passed the bill, everywhere I go, people are asking, has it now been assented to? So, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm seeking your guidance. You are our top leadership, should be able to tell His Excellency the President, should be able to tell His Excellency the President that the whole country is anxious to see him append a signature, and I'm requesting through you that the day he's appending his signature, we want some representatives from the House to be present, to endorse, to own it, and to make sure the country and the people we represent in this House know that the entire Parliament has endorsed that particular piece of legislation. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm raising this as a matter of serious concern and a matter of procedure. I thank you.
Is it on the same? Okay. Then Honorable Mujito.
Right Honorable Speaker, when you read our constitution, the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Article 91. Article 91 stipulates the exercise of the legislative powers of the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, and stipulates what happens, Right Honorable Speaker, when we pass laws. Right Honorable Speaker, I have information and which I relay to Parliament when given the opportunity, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Deputy Attorney General of the Republic of Uganda is strongly writing to the President, deassociating himself with the act. No, I was still guiding when I was running. Huh? So, point of order, Honorable Timothy.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The point of order I wanted to raise to my honorable colleague is that he's stating allegations against an honorable colleague who is actually not in the House to defend himself. The document is alleging to actually lay on the table. He doesn't have it at the moment. So these are actually baseless allegations against the honorable colleague who is in the area. The colleague is here. But the document, if the document is not here, why bring the issue right now? If you don't have the document to lay it, lay the document.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, let me first guide. Okay. You see, we have two critical roles, or two critical points, which we use to interrupt the debate. And yeah, you don't need seek leave to go look for information and then come to table it. You know, when you have information, you bring it, you table it. Okay? So you don't need leave. But first go look for it. No. So it's always better to be prepared. But
It is evidence-based.
Also, I would really, because I'm not privy, the Attorney General is here. I think he can comment better. Wait, Honorable Mwijuchi, on this point of DAG, specifically the one of DAG.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Office of the Attorney General did render advice to the President in the legislative process. I would request that Parliament does allow this process to continue. It would be absurd to say, this is, if you put it out here, what if the person they're advising is not agreeing with the advice? So I think the Office of the Attorney General did render advice as is required in the Constitution on the legislative process, and we request that you allow that process to be completed because it's advice between the Attorney General and the President. But yes, indeed, we did, the office under the signature of the Deputy Attorney General did render advice. Thank you.
So now, colleagues, it will be very difficult for me and also for the House, sit and we say that Attorney General don't give advice, okay, to the President, especially when we don't have details. Maybe after when we receive details and we discover that things we agreed upon here, those things on which you didn't render any objection, Attorney General, if no, I just wanted your attention. I just wanted your attention. I just wanted your attention. No. There is the Honorable Mwijuchi the same. I wanted first to sort out this issue of the Deputy Attorney General, the way Honorable Solomon had raised it. So we cannot stop the Attorney General, the Attorney General's office, from performing their duty of advising the President. Number two, for now, we can hear in rumors, we don't have exact information, which would be against Rule 80, of anticipation. Okay? But number three, the only absurd bit would be if we discover that the Attorney General's office gave advice, contradictory advice, contrary to what we passed here, two things, when they didn't raise an objection or they conceded.
Bring the evidence.
Now, that's why we can have a problem. But colleagues, now, if we open up to that, then we are anticipating, because I don't know what they gave as advice. Okay, and please, I would say we stop at that. We stop at that. Honorable Mwijuchi.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, whereas it is true that this House unanimously passed that bill and it was supported by both sides, and that the government gave a certificate of financial implications, and so there was no objection. I have with me a letter addressed all members of the NRM Parliamentary Caucus for the meeting on Thursday, and it says the purpose of the meeting is to discuss, among others, the Anti-homosexuality Bill 2023. Now, my concern, Right Honorable Speaker, is that this process ended, the process of consultation for this bill. That you consult, you come here, we process and pass a bill. Now, for a caucus now, Right Honorable Speaker, for a caucus now—
Please, let's listen to one another. Let's listen to one another. Order in the House.
Please listen to the rope in silence.
The rope is requesting to be heard in silence.
Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is that whereas this bill was passed and we agreed unanimously, I see attempts to discuss what we already passed. And therefore, as a member of Parliament, of course, but also as a leader on this side, I am concerned that our members are being called to discuss what we have concluded. I would want to know why, because I see it is signed by Obuaden Samson, who was here when we passed this. So I would want to know why he's inviting members to discuss what we already passed.
Now, colleagues,
I beg to read this letter on table. Entitled Meeting of the Parliamentary Caucus, Thursday, 20th April 2023 at 2 p.m. at State House, Entebbe, and signed by Dennis Obua Hamson, the whip.
now, colleagues, the unfortunate bit, the presiding officer has no powers in whatever goes on in caucuses. Caucuses, these are internal matters of parties. We did our part. I think we absolved ourselves, colleagues. We've done our part. Okay? Please. I don't know whether the president is inviting the caucus so that he signs the bill before caucus members, because they overwhelmingly supported the bill. I will request him, if that is the purpose, he invites Honorable Cecile Guam to also witness, because she had requested. But we did our part. Colleagues, we did our part. We passed the bill here. Okay? And where I really have a very strong conviction, the president, Honorable Saro Pendi, led a group where we had a conference here, International Parliamentary Conference, African Parliamentary Conference on family values. And the president met this team and he really thanked Parliament for doing their part. So if there is any ally we have on this bill, I'm sure it's the president. If there is any ally we have, it's the president. And I know he's a very strong leader, especially on such a matter. So let us not go into details of caucuses, but for us, it has gone on record, we've done our part. If there is any other issue, we are ready to even do our part, even in a more tougher way. Even in a more tougher way, by the way. In terms of having a much stronger bill than the one we have, we are even ready to have a much stronger bill than the one we have. If you might find the president found our bill weak, maybe, or what? Yeah? So, tougher. Okay? Yeah, we are ready to bring it here and colleagues will make it tougher. So, but I wouldn't want to discuss internal matters of the party.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate you for those comments. We shall actually make the law even stronger. But the procedural issue that I'm raising, Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Solomon Silwany has informed us about a letter written by the Deputy Attorney General to the President. The Attorney General has confirmed that they have written. Right Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Attorney General gave support to the entire process in this House as we processed clause by clause. Right Honorable Speaker, would it not be procedurally right that the Honorable Solomon Silwany lays that document on the floor so that we can look at it and see what is contained in that letter? Because I find it strange. There may be issues that may require further action against the Deputy Attorney General, if at all he goes against what he stated on the floor. So would it not be procedurally right for the Honorable Solomon Silwany to print and lay that document on the table?
Thank you. Now, colleagues, you see, this is the communication between the president and his officers. It is advice whether he can take or reject if it was given to him. Really, because you see, you'd see, I don't want us to cajole the president I don't want Parliament to cajole the president into making a certain decision. Yet ours was clearly put on record. We gave him a bill. If there is any dissatisfaction with the bill, the president will return it. The moment he returns it, it will be up to us to deal with the bill. We can agree with him, we can disagree with him. And then if we send it back to him again, he rejects it. He again brings it back to us. And that moment, if we pass it, it becomes law without his signature. And this is the constitution. And we already have a very good example of the sugar bill. We have a good example of the sugar bill. So to me, I would back with the crack. When did the president receive the bill? 30 days after that time, I would ask the Attorney General or the Prime Minister, where is our bill? Because that's what the Constitution says, within 30 days, Article 91. So I'm going to check with the clerk when the president received the bill. The moment 30 days elapse, it will be law. If we don't receive it, that he has returned it. So colleagues, let's not be bogged down by this, okay? Let's not be bogged down by this. You wanted, Solomon, you want to raise the rate on table?
Right, Honorable Speaker, the letter I talked about has been confirmed by the Attorney General. And the person who gave me the letter may be a civil servant, would not want, whistleblowers are protected by law, right, Honorable Speaker. So I cannot come and just lay a letter, but the Attorney General has not denied and has confirmed the letter, right?
Thank you. So next time, don't ask for leave to read a document which you know you can't read. Because from the onset, you knew you can't lay it. Now, under what rule, Honorable Tebandeke?
Under Article 91.
Under what rule? Procedures under rules, not articles of the Constitution.
But Constitution takes precedence.
On next item, Honorable Minister for the one for Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Statement by Minister on the situation in the Republic of Sudan.
Right, Honorable Speaker, permit me to give a brief on the crisis situation in the Republic of Sudan. After several months of the impasse that followed the October 2021 coup d'etat, the Republic of Sudan witnessed the first milestone towards the restoration of civilian rule when a political framework agreement was signed between civilian political groups and the armed forces on the 5th December 2022. This was the result of several weeks of negotiations, which started on the basis of a draft constitutional document prepared by Sudan Bar Association and signed onto by relatively a broad coalition of civilian political forces and subsequently reviewed by the military. The framework agreement was signed by 25 political, 12 professional organizations and trade unions, and the two components of the military, that is the Sudanese Armed Forces, led by General Abdel Fattah al-Burhani, President of the Transitional Sovereign Council, and Rapid Support Forces under General Mohammed Hamdan, Vice President of the Transitional Sovereign Council. Some other actors may have signed the agreement after 5th December. In light of this, negotiations under the trilateral mechanisms commenced in the Sudan with the aim of finding a lasting solution to the political and security restoration of civilian rule. The above efforts were welcomed and supported by Uganda government and African Union, Intergovernmental Authority on Development, and other partners. However, during the course of these negotiations, disagreements between the president and leader of Sudanese Armed Forces, SAF, and the vice president and commander of the Rapid Support Forces emerged over the aspect of security and military reforms. Whereas the president was in agreement with the integration of the army within 24 months proposed transitional period, the vice president and leader of RSF disagreed with the proposed and provided a counter proposal of 10 years integration plan, which did not tensions continue to escalate, leading to deployment of SAF and counter deployment of RSF in the city, which finally culminated into the fighting that broke out last Saturday, 15th April 2023. Efforts being made by Ugandan government. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, under the auspices of IGAD, appealed to the warring sides to cease fighting and return to negotiating table. In addition, His Excellency the President has been in consultation with the chairperson of African Union and his regional counterparts under IGAD framework, and proposals have been sent to the fact-finding mission to Khartoum, led by President of South Sudan, to further mediate between the two warring factions. Right Honorable Speaker, on Uganda and Sudan, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has been in touch with the Ugandan mission in Khartoum, which was instructed to establish the location and the safety of Ugandans caught up in the ongoing fighting in Sudan. The embassy has so far established that there are approximately 300 Ugandans in the Sudan. These include 120 Ugandans working in Khartoum, 116 students in different institutions, 14 patients in hospitals and patients and workers in hospitals, 19 Ugandans who are in transit to Mecca, and 6 on a short visit to Khartoum. The embassy continues to look out for more Ugandans and encourage them to contact the mission. The ministry has approached the International Organization for Migration, IOM, and requested support and assistance to evacuate Ugandans who may wish to return home. In addition, the minister has requested the UN for assistance for possible evacuation. The government is working with other regional and international partners to monitor the situation and urges actors to stop fighting and return to constructive dialogue and recommit the principles of the transitional process as the only way to lead to national reconciliation and peace. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Procedure?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Sarah, under what rule? Colleagues, no, Honorable, you don't stand up and then you look for the rules holding the microphone. Rules of 78 sub rule 4, the rules of procedure. When you stand up on a point of procedure, you state the rule. Okay. So colleagues, as you've received the statement from the minister, it was an update. The situation is still very fragile. It's a situation which I would request that we don't come to discuss at this time. Honorable Minister voluntarily called me that he wants to update us, which is very, very commendable. And I hope we shall continue getting updates, especially on the status of Ugandans who might be trapped in that area. Our next item.
Statement by Minister on the status of payment of salaries of scientists under Uganda Prison Service.
Honorable Sarah has conceded, but it seems she has a burning issue. Yes. She can't see the rule.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my apology. I didn't come with my iPad. But the issue I am raising, last week, the Maputo report was laid before this House. And following that, I did mention that the Minister for Foreign Affairs had initiated on the Post-Cotonou SCP-EU agreement. And you did direct the Minister of Foreign Affairs to come to this House today, Tuesday, to table that document to which he initiated the SCP-EU Post-Cotonou agreement. So, Right Honorable Speaker, this is the matter that I was raising on, as to whether the minister should not lay that document as you directed. And he's here, they are rare in the House. That's why I'm rising up, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
That he lays that table, I mean that document on the table as directed.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, the Post-Cotonou agreement, which we were informed under the OACPS that he initiated, is now a public document. Even in other parliaments, colleagues are telling us their ministers tabled it and all that. I had, you are not here, but I had told the government side to ensure it is tabled today. I know you must be having it in your office. It shouldn't be. In 1 hour, you think you can table it?
Right, Honorable Speaker, permit me time to consult and then get back to you before I make commitment. Since I wasn't here, maybe my senior could be having the report. I'll be coming back.
Honorable, table the statement, the agreement tomorrow at 10 a.m. Yes, next item.
Item number 3 on order paper, statement by Minister on the status of payment of salaries of scientists under Uganda Prison Service.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, government approved salary enhancement for scientists and science teachers across the service with effect from July 1st, 2022. The categories approved for salary enhancement are 1, health professionals, 2, scientists in the mainstream public service, 3, science teachers, post-primary schools, 4, science lecturers, tutors, instructors in business, technical, vocational education training institutions, and 5, laboratory technicians and assistants in secondary schools. In addition, there was approval of salary enhancement for senior military officers under the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs. Colleagues, following the above cabinet decision, the Ministry of Public Service issued the new salary levels under the Statutory Standing Instruction number 1 of 2022. This prescribed in detail the new monthly and annual salary of every public servant with effect from July 2022, as I will lay as Annex 1. The salary structure for police and prison staff in U5, U6, U7, and U8 was also singled out under Schedule 5 of this circular, which I attach as Annex 2. Therefore, there is no ambiguity in implementation of salary structure of government public servants in financial year 2022-2023. The Ministry of Public Service advised Ministry of Finance on budget implications of the new salary structure for all science and non-science staff across government, including police and prison staff, which we have fully budgeted for and funds released in the last 3 quarters of this financial year as requested. Honorable colleagues, Ministry of Finance has been able to budget fully for salaries of all public servants whose salaries were enhanced through supplementary budget this financial year, which is before this August House for scrutiny and approval. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to end by stating that the concerns of non-payment of the enhanced salaries, some sections of scientists in any government department, and specifically Uganda Prison Service, may be due to the respective terms of employment specified in the appointments to the positions they hold, which my colleague, the Minister of Public Service and the Minister of Internal Affairs, can elaborate on. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit and lay on the table the statement together with the annexures 1 and 2, which provide the details. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The honorable colleague who raised the matter is around. Okay, if he's not around, Honorable Sewungu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I will allow 5 people. We'll go to...
I want to thank the Minister for the presentation. Honorable Speaker, I don't know, and the Prime Minister is not following what they do at cabinet level, plus Honorable Mukasa, whom I know is an arts teacher. This business of segregating civil servants is unfair. Secondly, why don't you recruit more civil servants into civil service, other than looking at one side of science teachers, scientists alone. As we talk now, Honorable Speaker, let us look at the results of senior 4, primary 7, and look at the performance. They are all affected as the result of segregation between those who teach science and those who teach arts. And we cannot continue as parliament to accept this. We fought it, we refused it, but cabinet and ministers are still confirming the same. Right? Information.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for giving way. Right, Honorable Speaker. I remember when I was sitting in the Committee of Local Government and Public Service, we had a benchmarking trip in Kenya, and we found out that in Kenya, why they have peace in their pensions and salary and everything is because they award it according to the qualification. And we told the minister here, as they're working on the salaries, the salary increments, that let's give salary according to the qualification. If you're a certificate holder, you earn according to the certificate holder across board. If you're a master's holder, it's master's across board. Why would we segregate? Thank you.
Yeah, right now, Speaker, I'm the best example in this. I was a grade 3 teacher. I went for a diploma in Kakoba National Teachers College, expecting my salary to go high. By that time, that was the system. I left teaching with a bachelor's in education, earning salary of a grade 3 teacher. That's not fair. Let us revisit, put in place a salary review commission that will advise this country. But this business of looking at only scientists is not fair. Whether you think Rwanda or Kenya are stealing teachers from Uganda, it will not solve the problems of segregating scientists alone. There is no teacher right now, Speaker, who teaches science in Chinyankole, Uganda, or anything. They all teach in English because they began teaching by learning the best language that is used in the country is English. So once you look, actually, right now, Speaker, there is no child who gets a 9 in English and gets a first grade. He's in the 3rd grade. So where is the science?
Thank you, Honorable.
So, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, Honorable Minister, please go back with your document and put in place a review commission and look at all civil servants fairly, other than segregating us. The Attorney General is there. Is he a scientist?
Thank you. Honorable Santorum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the minister. But as he was giving us the statement, I was wondering, this business of salary enhancement, they discussed it a lot at the cabinet level. And now before Parliament, you are saying maybe the Minister Service can elaborate. Right Honorable Speaker, there are a lot of issues as far as the scientists are concerned. And Mr. Speaker, I was wondering whether it will not be okay for the Minister of Public Service, since both of them are heavily represented here, to give us the highlight so that we know where and how this country is going as far as the scientist is concerned. Because many a time we have been told that scientist is the way to go. But before us, Right Honorable
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of salary discrimination is a very serious one. And the entire country is waiting for a serious government position in regard to this. Right Honorable Speaker, most of the civil servants are artists. They are not scientists. If you go to the district, you'll find a few of those who are science, and the bigger majority are arts. Now, when they don't get the same pay, they get discouraged, they get demoralized. It is important, Honorable Minister, that the issue of the, we are calling it a remuneration board, we give it attention so that harmonization in its salary is done as fast as possible. Otherwise, we are not going to achieve what is expected from our civil servants. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Margaret Namwaka.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to relay my grievances on the issue of salary enhancements to science teachers or whatever science in police, in prisons, and what have you. Mr. Speaker, I'm a teacher by profession, and I started as a grade 3 teacher, as Honorable Sewunga said. And when I was teaching, really, I kept on progressing. Right now, I'm a master's degree holder. When I was a diploma holder, that was when I ended getting the salary as a diploma holder. I graduated to a degree. My salary was not increased. How I wish Ministry of Local Government, Ministry of Public Service and Finance realign themselves and make sure that people are paid according to their qualification. And today in Uganda is where we get a lot of demonstrations simply because of payment. And the reason why we are getting a lot of demonstration is because we are segregating, we are looking at a scientist with a certificate more than a degree holder with in arts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Chimosho.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. On the issue of salaries, Right Honorable Speaker, I think we need serious harmonization. Apart from science teachers, Right Honorable Speaker, on 9th March 2023, Public Service wrote to 3 institutions. That is Mulago National Referral Hospital, Cancer Institute, and Heart Institute. And it wrote to them approving their structures. In that structure, the executive director of Mulago gets 15 million. The executive director of Heart Institute gets 39 million. The executive director of Cancer Institute gets 25 million. The driver for the executive director Mulago gets 200,000. The driver for a driver of Cancer Institute gets 1.7 million. And it applies to Cancer Institute driver. The secretary of the ED to Mulago earns 700,000. The secretary of ED Heart Institute and Cancer Institute earns 2.7 respectively. Right Honorable Speaker, the 2 institutions, Cancer Institute and Heart Institute, were born by Mulago. And I'm not saying that they are getting a lot of money. But if we are saying, we have been talking about rationalization, and with the major aim of streamlining salaries and promoting equity across. How do you expect the ED of Mulago to earn 15, this one earn 39, and then you expect no demonstrations of doctors at Mulago, you expect efficiency, you expect morale to go high, and it is the same public service that is trusted with rationalization. Are they rational in doing some of these things?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You see, and Honorable Minister, also this Minister for Public Service, the issue of pilots in police. They enhance salaries for other government pilots, but the ones of police were not enhanced. Yes, and these are people you might lose. I met some of them really. It was they explained their situation. You feel now should I cross over to other agencies? And then, of course, we have the issue where I had told them to seek opinion of the Attorney General. The issue of lawyers in police, where the president had said they be paid as state prosecutors, okay? And then they started earning money along the way. After like 10 years, money stopped coming. And they said, you are earning money illegally after 10 years. So all these contradictions, and I remember I raised it here, Honorable Minister, your minister didn't even have the courtesy to come back to the deputy speaker or to the speaker and say we handled this matter. So sometimes I keep quiet. Also, when you have your issues, you will look for me. And but when you look for me, you will find me available and I will attend to you. So next time you also attend to the issues we raise here. When we raise here issues, they are very, very critical. You need to be attending to them. Honorable Kaya?
Thank you, Right
Then
Honorable
Honorable
Speaker. The question of salaries to scientists is a key issue. Right Honorable Speaker, as we talk now in most schools where head teachers are artists and others are scientists, the science head teachers are opting to go back to classrooms because the salary differences is too high. Right Honorable Speaker, in other districts like our district, Namayingo, teachers are paid now in tons. You find that the district reasons that the money they have can only pay scientists, and the arts teachers since December have not received their salaries, and there is no teaching. These are rural districts that actually need services. So you find that, as my colleagues have stated, even when it comes to the results at the end of it, at the end of the year, the performance is low. The question of paying scientists, especially in police, prisons, and the Ministry of Defense, is touchy, especially for us who sit on a sectoral committee that oversees defense and internal affairs. We are always bombarded by colleagues in these forces, in these sectors. They question, why are we paid differently? So it is a question that the minister actually should comprehensively give an answer, not to tell us that it is embedded in the supplementary.
Thank you.
Supposing the supplementary doesn't go through. It is a
Honorable
serious question. Right?
Honorable Yotani, I will conclude with Honorable Ndezi, Alex.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I think the general question that should be handled is that salaries paid to civil servants in the country is low. And therefore, there is need for us to find more money and provide for paying salaries and announce for everybody. That is one. And secondly, the minister, it is difficult to have money for paying teachers where this month they are paid only science teachers, the next month they're paying. I think provide money which is enough to pay both sciences and art teachers at schools. That should be the bottom line. But Right Honorable Speaker, the question of paying sciences in this country, I think this parliament must accept it, that those who are doing sciences should be paid even much higher money than what they get. Because if we don't do this, Right Honorable Speaker, we are training sciences that are able to help this country in production, but they end up running away to other countries. I want to give an example here, Right Honorable Speaker. The three people who built the spacecraft that we launched recently, the satellite, one of them has been taken by Japan, and the other two who are here are also planning to leave the country because of low pay. Now, if you train people at that level and then they go to contribute for other people, what is the point? Second, Right Honorable Speaker, we have got people who have been trained in making batteries, both for watches and batteries for cars and batteries for solar system. And this guy, we met him last week on Friday, he's also planning to leave. So Right Honorable Speaker, we should pay everybody, but let's have somewhere to start from. And I think starting with the sciences is the right thing to do. We may want to pay everybody, but if we don't have enough money, then we should start from some. And sciences is very important for development of this country. And as Parliament, we must support because it's a critical area that will enable us to transform. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Ndezi. I'm ending with Honorable Ndezi. Oh, I would allow one workers MP because I was scanning around looking for workers MPs, so very important.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to remind members that before we could assume our duties as members of the 11th Parliament, we saw to uphold and defend the provisions of the Constitution. One of the most important provisions in the Constitution relates to non-discrimination. Non-discrimination. There are more than 7 articles in the Constitution that prohibits any practice relating to discrimination. Some forms of discrimination are visible, while others are invisible. Now, when it comes to the case of science versus us teachers, the situation is very, very clear. This reflects a very high form and level of discrimination. What does the Constitution say? The Constitution says that we must make sure that we do not harm its provisions. So I'm thinking, Lord Speaker, that's the end of the day. We must admit that at the end of the day, this parliament will be required to do appropriation. Appropriation. Meaning, with the time, it will be said, you MPs are part of the problem. Why do you proceed to approve a budget that clearly shows that there is a discrimination? So, Lord Speaker, I'm not blaming colleagues, but putting the minister on notice. At an appropriate time, when we are doing appropriation, I will stand in this house and say, we cannot continue to harm the provision of the Constitution, and therefore, this budgetary provision that relates to violation of the Constitution, that affects the discrimination, should not be agreed to. Right? Good.
Thank you.
Okay.
Honorable Margaret Wabshija.
Yeah, thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, in the Constitution, Chapter 4 talks about fundamental human rights. And one of the issues that is mentioned is the equal pay for equal work. But we are ignoring it. If all the teachers in, say, secondary go for a certain period, and let us say they go for 3 years training and they come out, it doesn't matter, irrespective of whether you are an arts teacher or science teacher, you are still a teacher and you need the same money. And we are ignoring that, yet we went ahead and endorsed the Equal Opportunities Commission. It was talking about segregation and trying to fight it, but we fight it with one hand and then we are blocking the people on another. I have here a list, and I know that 44 teachers and 44 districts in this country have not received their salary from January to date. We have ignored because they are teachers. If we go on like that and we come here and lament about the quality of education, then we are contradicting ourselves. You cannot have quality when you are not paying the people and you are just segregating that these ones must be better than the others, then we are losing out a generation if we continue like that. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable colleague. Colleagues, we all agree. This is an issue where I think Parliament has on record disagreed with the executive.
Yes.
On several occasions. I think it's an issue where the executive needs to engage more Parliament and address the concerns raised by honorable colleagues. We see issues to do with our resource envelope, which we acknowledge. But someone says, well, okay, if the resource envelope is not okay, then how do you double? What is the best of doubling for this one? Some are even tripled when others have not yet gotten anything added on. If you had said you've added this one 50%, it would be a bit reasonable. But you more than double sometimes, and then you say there is no money. Rope?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I am directing Honorable Wanaka to respond.
He should tell us his role in the opposition government. He's not only honorable, he must be having a strong title.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the LOP for directing me to
the acting rope. You see,
The
he has
acting rope.
given directives when he's acting rope. If he becomes rope.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, enhancing salaries of one category of workers is discriminatory and must not be accepted. I'm talking from a background that I'm a scientist. I went to school, I did sciences. It is not true anywhere in the whole world that when you enhance only scientists, workers of government, that will cause the involvement of that nation. That is not true. The little that we have in this country must be shared equally and fairly. All workers in this country, regardless of the courses they went to at school, they must be paid based on their education levels, based on their experience, based on their outputs. That is very, very important. Not based on whether they are scientists or us or not. The directive of the president on salary enhancement for scientists across board was bound to cause problems, and it is causing problems in this country. We have many workers in the public service that are now demoralized. As one of my colleagues said, as we are losing scientists, we are bound to lose also artists who are very important. It's not only the scientists that we are losing. There are many other areas in the arts circles that we are going to lose. We should also differentiate studying science and being a profession. The two are not the same. You can study science, but when you are not a professional in that area, it is important while we are thinking about government policy to do proper research. Our policies of government must be informed by research. People who go to the president, you must be researched. We don't want policies that are not based on research that drive this country into chaos. What we are facing now is anarchy, is chaos within the public service. Right Honorable Speaker, we want to call upon the Minister of Public Service to expedite on the establishment of the Salary Review Commission. That is very, very important to work on the salaries equitably of all the public servants in this country. And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, there must be harmonization in remuneration of all workers, whether you are a scientist or an artist. We all deliver service to this government and to the people of Uganda. There must be equity. I so present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, colleagues in the public gallery this afternoon. We have a delegation from the Guild of Bishop Stewart University and led by their speaker. They are represented by Honorable Mwine Mpaka, Honorable Carl Robert, and Honorable Rita Kwasa. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. Can they stand up? Thank you. Thank you for coming. Honorable Minister, I think both Minister of Finance and Minister of Public Service will have to comment because the issues were cross-cutting. So in any order for the two of you.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, it is true some members, scientists in the Department of Prisons are not being paid a salary. The problem came not because of any other thing, like the Honorable Minister of Finance has explained.
Honorable Minister, Chief Whip, your people outside, you know, kindly always tell your troops. Okay. Thank you. The caucus is for Thursday, not today, from what we know.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The scientists who in the prison service who are being paid the scientist salary are those who are directly doing work of scientists in the prisons. Let's say the agricultural officers and the others. The other scientists who are recruited for general duties and so on, unfortunately, when we were working out this, were taken in the category of administrators. And therefore, they did not qualify to get a science pay. However, when this issue was raised, we are engaging the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Prisons Department to see how best this can be handled so that we, as much as possible, follow the directive of paying scientists much better than the other civil servants. So that is being worked out with the relevant ministry and the relevant department. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, I can see your turn, see who is, you can allow her?
Oh, yes, she's my friend.
Okay.
She
So,
can-
Honorable Saro Pendi.
Right.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I appreciate what you're trying to state, but I would wholly have agreed with you if the pay slips were reading otherwise. I want to inform you, Honorable Minister, that I have some pay slips of officers within prisons with enhanced salary, but what they are being paid is 650,000. I even asked, are you sure you don't have a loan? And they said, no, this is the old salary, which means there is still a problem within your system. So the clarification that I need from you is as to whether your officers within public service actually sit to look through some of these discrepancies, or it is just business as usual, and whoever complains is the one they deal with. So that's the issue I wanted to raise. There are people whose pay slips read enhanced salary, but they are still getting the old salary.
Thank you very much. Right, Honorable Speaker, you're aware payment of salaries was actually decentralized to a particular vote. What we people in public service do is really to carry out an aggregate at the beginning of each budget year of how much money is required for salary, the wage bill. And it is looked at with finance. We agree that that's what we're going to pay. And then finance, once it is settled and appropriation is done, then finance sends out these amounts of money, the various votes, for the officers to pay. Now, if a particular vote holder chooses to pay something less or something, that is really an aspect of that given particular vote holder. Right, Honorable Speaker, yes, we have been here time and again about the discrepancies in pay. But I recall this House agreed that let's enhance pay for all public servants, but let's do it in phases. And this was determined not because we just want to make people suffer or more or less discomfort our civil servants. This was done because of the actual performance of our budget, our economy. And we agreed we are going to pay in phases, and we have started on this in earnest, and we've been paying in phases. But the pay principles which we agreed on really show equitability. And once we move as we are projecting, then we shall have an equitable pay, which is harmonized and rationalized. Right, Honorable Speaker, the issue of the salaries review board or commission, yes, we have heeded to the proposal and advice given by Parliament. And actually now our proposals as public service have actually been sent to Cabinet. Very soon, Cabinet, if we are given a slot on the agenda, we shall consider this and we shall come back here happily to report that the salaries review commission or board will now be in place, in effect, and it will start its work. And of course, it will look at those issues of harmonization, of making sure that everybody gets what is due to him or her. Right, Honorable Speaker. Yes, we looked at the issue. Supposing we want equity, and so supposing the money we are giving scientists was given across board pro rata, what impact would it have? Probably very little. So we thought that it would be strategic, that let's start somewhere. And let's start with some of the most strategic sectors which have a quick turnover, really, in the transformation, not only of society, but even of the economy. That's why we chose, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, honorable colleagues, when you ask twice and a member holding the floor has not conceded, please, you allow us to continue.
Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Seungu is my friend and he's a fellow teacher. Let him clarify.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for guiding well, and I want to thank the Minister. I agree entirely with you being strategic, but the best strategy for teachers in Uganda teaching is starting with the primary teachers in science. There is no single child that will do science well in upper classes when he has not had a good foundation in school, in primary. So the clarification I'm seeking, as a fellow primary teacher, don't you think that all science starts from primary schools? Which component of science is not taught in the primary school, as you taught yourself? All teachers. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Nature study and science and so on. Yes, that's something that really we have to discuss with the subject matter experts, especially for primary school teachers. So, Right Honorable Speaker, as we were saying, let's start with this category, pay it very well, stop the hemorrhage, and then we now look at the other sectors. And honorable members, Right Honorable Speaker, we are committed. We are committed. It is not a question of segregation or what. It's a question of the reality of our economy. And, you know, somebody says, let's pay equitably, let's say 30% and so on. That also may not bring about the satisfaction which we need. Right Honorable Speaker, the scientists in the police and so on, yes, this one has now been discussed, even including the pilots. It has been discussed and settled. Those pilots in the police, you want to clarify? Yes. Clarify.
He needs you to clarify, so you better listen. He's seeking a clarification from you. Honorable Sevaman.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, and I also thank you for the opportunity to clarify. Honorable Mururi Mukasa, now, it is me that's asked this particular question. The reason why I brought it up was because scientists were receiving, okay, as you said, they were on general duties. So they were receiving around 650, 850. They were later enhanced to 2.2 million. At the beginning of this financial year, you brought in a budget where we budgeted for their salaries as scientists to 4 million. And then they received this money from July to February. They went ahead and got loans. They went ahead and made commitments to different entities. Finally, in March, you dropped a bomb on them and reduced their salaries back to 800,000 and 650. Yet they had commitments, and Parliament had appropriated that money like you brought it in the budget. So then after the complaints, now you're bringing up the issue of some came in as general duties, others came in as scientists. As of today, all we know is you employed them. It is not their problem if you're not deployed them. Because it is you, prison, to deploy them. Go to forestry, go to engineering, go to this brigade. So today, with the commitments that they have, and without warning, that you're going to cut their salaries. Could you please clarify to this parliament where these scientists are going to get money? Because the loans they have are 2 million, you've dropped them back to 850, yet we appropriated money to the entity to pay them as scientists.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, resume.
Honorable Speaker, as I said, the management of the vote really is to the vote holder. For us, after we have worked out all the monies required and we come here and money is appropriated, the vote holder now manages that. However, what I was saying is that yes, in the case of the prisons officers who are scientists and in general duties, discussion is going on. Yes, and I think they are heading the right direction. A clear line of action is going to be got. And it will be, I can assure you, in line with the general principle that scientists should be paid higher for now until we have enough money to enhance the rest. Secondly, the question of pilots, as I was saying, that has also now been sorted out. They are going to be paid like the other pilots, depending on their qualifications, so that there is no discrepancy between the pilots in the police and the pilots elsewhere. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like really to say that there is no discrimination. There is no discrimination. What is there in principle, and that we are not following discrimination in principle. What we are saying is that, yes, given our ability to pay now, what we have is a phased approach. And with the money available, and if appropriation is right, then progressively, we are going to get up to the pay principles that we agreed on in 2017. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next item. Correct, this was a statement that didn't require resolution, and rules say it couldn't go beyond a certain time, so rule 50. So let's go to the next item. The committee responsible will follow up on the matter.
Item number 4 on the order paper. Motion the House resolves itself into the Committee of Supply to consider 1, the revised expenditure for the financial year 2022/23, 2, the proposed expenditure for the financial year 2023/2024.
I know the Minister of Finance was consulting. Please ensure he comes in. I need the Minister of Finance in. But colleagues, some of you were asking me how the item is scheduled on the order paper. Yes, this is the right way, because now all processes to do with budgeting will be handled under this motion. Okay, so we have to first look at the revised expenditure for the previous financial year, no, for this current financial year. Then we go to the one for next financial year. So all MPS's, municipal policy statements, and all subsequent discussions on the budget will be under this motion, which the minister is going to move. Honorable Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the House resolves itself into the Committee of Supply to consider, number 1, the revised expenditure for financial year 2022/2023, and number 2, the proposed expenditure for the financial year 2023/2024. I beg to move.
Is the motion seconded? Honorable Beta Mongi, Honorable Serani, Honorable Fox Odoy, Honorable Max Ochai, Honorable Katarihwa, Honorable Mudimi, Laurent, Terego, by all of you. I didn't know you were at, because Honorable Minister, would you love to speak to your motion?
Right Honorable Speaker, on 30th March, when we presented the budget, we gave a small highlight, but for the purposes of kickstarting this debate, let me give the following summary. Number one, our total resource envelope for financial year 2023-2024 is 50.92 trillion, moving from 48.13 trillion for financial year 2022-2023. The theme of next year's budget remains the same, and it is full monetization of the Uganda's economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation, and market access. Our budget is going to be financed through in the following categories. Number one is domestic revenue, both tax and non-tax revenue will amount to 29.34 trillion. Budget support in terms of grants and loans will amount to 2.78 trillion. Domestic financing, what in other words, domestic borrowing, will amount to 2.71 trillion. And domestic debt refinancing will amount to 8.36 trillion. And project support, external financing is going to be 7.44 trillion, and local government revenue is going to amount to 283.1 trillion. Another key highlight, 283.1 billion. Another key figure to note is the discretionary resource. In other words, the amount available for us to finance our expenditures is going to amount to 24.42 trillion. Mr. Speaker, with these few highlights, I would like to invite the House to consider the motion, and as Minister of Finance, we know the process will take us for some few weeks, and we pledge our total commitment to support the process, and we invite colleagues to support us in this process. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Some correction.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mudim, you don't access the microphone without my permission. Yeah. Thank you, honorable colleagues. As I had mentioned to you earlier on, that we are going to do these municipal process statements, and as per Rule 149, we must be done by 20th. That means on Thursday. So tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m., committee chairpersons, please. I want tomorrow. I will need Committee on ICT and National Guidance, Committee on East African Affairs, Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs, Public Service and Local Government, Environment and Natural Resources, Presidential Affairs, Foreign Affairs, and health. I want you to do tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. Starting at 10, and we shall do all day. Also, Thursday, we shall start at 10. So that we beat the deadline. This is a statutory deadline that was put in our rules. One way of weighing our performance as parliament is that please don't tell me about caucus. I don't know those issues of caucus, okay? I'm in plenary. Please. Internal issues of parties are internal issues of parties. I have a statutory deadline to meet. You can't tell me about internal issues of parties, okay? So, I want to ensure one way they'll be weighing our performance. We'll be seeing whether we complied with this. This is once a year. So how can we fail on it? So let's work day and night to ensure that indeed we beat the deadline as provided for in our own rules. So Honorable Mudimi, you had?
Yeah, right, Honorable Speaker. When the minister was reading figures, I want to correct the answer. Right, Honorable Speaker and members, when Honorable Minister of Finance was reading the figures, I heard him talking about the 382 trillion as local revenue. It is billions, not trillion.
Okay. I remember he went back and corrected it, but it's good you've emphasized it so that the answer had captured it well. Honorable Chivumbi.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. Two issues to correct. One, and it affects agents, sectors. The Minister of Finance gives an impression of 24 trillion as discretionary expenditure. When you look at the detail of what he defines as discretionary expenditure, he includes pension, he includes gratuity, he includes wage. Now, wage, gratuity, and pension are not discretionary. That's statutory. So that figure he reads here is a misleading figure. And I would beg him, in all honesty, revise that figure. So that Parliament works with a true figure of discretionary, which is minus pension, minus gratuity, minus wage. Because those are statutory. You can't vary them. It's not money for you available to spend. It is as it is. But they've continued to balloon the budget to look that way. Secondly, the Minister of Finance has not at all alluded to the budget framework paper. At this time, we check consistency of parliamentary recommendations as to how much they are consistent with what we recommended in the budget framework paper. With those two remarks, Honorable Speaker, I raise my case.
Thank you. Starting with the last one, Honorable Chivumbi, I think that's good guidance to colleagues when they are debating, because you passed the budget framework paper that had recommendations. Now you have to look, when you're processing ministerial policy statements, each sector, what you passed in under the budget framework paper, in line with what you've discovered in the ministerial policy statement, to see that there is consonance, there is a relationship. Where they addressed, if they were not addressed. So the sector committee should be able to analyze and tell us whether indeed their recommendations in the BFP were considered or not. The first issue, I hope your committee has made a recommendation on revising a chart of accounts, because this would be an issue for the chart of accounts. How do they capture it under their own chart of accounts? So, no, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on the Public Finance Management Act requirement that the budget estimates shall be consistent with the budget framework paper. Yes, it is true, and when you analyze the policy statements critically, you will find that in some areas this was addressed. We addressed our minds to that provision of the law. On whether salary, wages, and gratuity should appear in the discretionary resources. Yes, this is how we have been treating it, and this is how we continue to treat it, unless new ideas come up. But as it is now, there is no problem, Mr. Speaker, with the way we are moving.
These are the new ideas, Honorable. These are the new ideas which you should take, you look at, you discuss, and you see. You can have more discussion about this and also the best practices in the region. Honorable Mara, you want to say something about this?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Is Honorable Max Ochai here? I will want him to say something also.
I want to thank the Minister of Finance for providing us the revised figures. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the Secretary to Treasury has just tweeted to say he's back from the IMF and World Bank conference in Washington. And one of the key issues he mentioned there, Right Honorable Speaker, that concessionary loans has dwindled, will not be available. And we need to curtail our appetite for debt, and most importantly, improve on our domestic revenue generation. Right Honorable Speaker, the figures for revenue projections have gone up from 25.5 trillion to 29.3 trillion. As of now, Uganda Revenue Authority is 300 billion below budget, and yet we now only have 3 months to end the financial year. My observation and recommendation to the Minister of Finance that for the first time, let us have a robust domestic revenue generation strategy. And we have seen pockets of opportunities where we can collect taxes and improve our revenue generation locally. Last time I was here and I mentioned the issue of gold, taxes on gold. We have arrears of 43 billion, which has not been collected. URA has said they have only collected 3 billion. Now we have a projection for the next financial year, 2023-2024. The Right Honorable Prime Minister was here, was saying they are projected 10 billion shillings. What is happening? We must be very serious, where if anybody has to pay tax, they must pay those taxes.
Thank you.
And so therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, may the Minister of Finance assure us that they will be very serious in supporting Uganda Revenue Authority to collect taxes wherever they exist. I submit.
Honorable, we just need assurance. Or let's capture just then we conclude. I'm picking final is Honorable Max Ochai. Do you know, just Honorable Max Ochai, then you.
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to make a comment on the reaction by my colleague, Honorable Kivumbi. And I want to state categorically clear that wage, pension, and gratuity, according to the government financial statistics, are non-discretionary. As long as the wage bill is known, and as long as the gratuity is known, and even the pension already computed, we cannot run away from them. They must be met, they must be paid. And as such, I call upon my colleague, the Right Honorable Minister of Finance, to consider revising the statement so that we put aside what is discretionary and what's non-discretionary accordingly. I thank you.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Minister, how I understand discretionary money, this is the money which we can reallocate. We have a right here as Parliament. Say this one, we can remove from here, we put here. Can we do it on salary? Can we do it on pension? Can we do it on gratuity? So I think, like you said, the new ideas, I request that you treat this as new ideas from Parliament. Which I know you know very well. But I think it is a matter of sitting down and maybe revising. Because one thing which I discovered, sometimes you find the way we would want us to report our finances as a country is different from how other countries are reporting. And sometimes puts you on a disadvantage when you go to these rating bodies, rating agencies, and all that. So they tend to standardize, but this is something very direct, extremely direct. Honorable Jonathan, and we are concluding. We are opening up to policy statements. Colleagues, I'm going to pick you on policy statements. Jonathan,
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so I have three issues. One is how we have captured this motion on the order paper. I see we are dealing with 2-in-1 motion, which is kind of alien, and maybe it's going to be the first time where we are going to handle a motion to consider the estimate expenditure for 2022-2023, which year has not yet ended. And I thought the minister could help us clarify on that first one on Roman item 4 Roman 1. And then we also have that under 8 Roman 4 item 4 Roman 2. So in terms of processing it in the House, how are we going to deal with those two motions together? I thought I should first get clarification from you. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, when we are bring to the House a revised expenditure estimate, I don't know whether we are not actually amending or doing a reappropriation, especially for a financial year that is still running and the appropriation was already done by this Parliament. If that is the intention of the minister, then I think it should come separate on its own, and that should be subjected to the Committee of Parliament, relevant Committee of Parliament, to look at it before even it comes to this House. So I thought I should raise those matters first as issues of procedures.
Chairman Budget, you wanted to make a comment on that issue, on issues raised? Then I'll come in, I explain how we did the order paper.
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Normally when a Minister of Finance is presenting a budget, it talks about the previous revised expenditure for the previous financial year, then it talks about the current. So I think the minister is in the right direction. Much as the financial has not ended, but they have to talk about the previous financial in terms of reporting. You are comparing the past, the current, and the one in the future. So it doesn't do any harm, according to me.
Honourable Minister, you want? Honourable Cicero,
Speaker, I think I slightly disagree with the chair of the budget. Here it is said revised expenditure for the last financial or the current financial year, revised. And that's why we are saying if it is revised, then it is not the same which we appropriated. But as far as this Parliament is concerned, Right Honorable Speaker, we have already appropriated for the financial year 2022-2023. Now, when the minister says revised, it means we have departed from what we appropriated to a new position. So that's why we are saying we cannot come up with a new position, because the new position can only be discussed and later appropriated by the same Parliament. Now, we cannot do three things at the same time. We want to know what happened to the money we gave you 2022-2023. At the same time, we are now working on 2023-2024. And yet you are also talking of the third tier, which is the revised figure. So I think you are confusing the House, Right Honorable Speaker. The minister should come clear on that. We now have three pillars: 2022-2023, revised expenditure, which he is talking about, and then the one the budget committee chair is talking about, which is the budget which we are all anxiously waiting for 2023-2024. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, seeking clarification. Thank you.
Now, how would you capture the money you allow the minister to spend under Article 156, the supplementary 3%? Because when you say the minister should only report on what you appropriated, but there is money you allowed him to spend under 3%. However much you've not yet approved, okay? It's still pending, however much. So if he only captures what you approved and yet he spent more, how then he will mislead you. He will have spent an extra over 1 trillion and he misleads you. So to me, what I look at as this revised is he captures whatever he has reported to Parliament. What you appropriated plus what he spent under your authority, and then he reported to Parliament and you are processing. And then, of course, the financial has not yet ended, but you see, you need a picture of how far, because he has released it for the 4th quarter. Okay, by the time you do budgeting, 3 quarters are already gone. At least you should know, how is he performing? Is he doing well? Is he, to guide you just for guidance purposes?
I thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for confirming my suspicion that the minister was attempting to hoodwink this House to process a supplementary budget. That is the point, and I'm now going to address the House on that matter because that is going to be against totally what this House wants to do. When a supplementary budget is allowed, when a supplementary is allowed and brought before this House, there are 2 dimensions to it, and I'm going to cite the article that you mentioned, Article 156. One aspect of that article is that the House must validate expenditures that have already been incurred under the supplementary. On the other hand, there are other things that the government has looked through and they would want money to be voted for it, meaning that they are futuristic. So the supplementary has 2 elements that the minister must confirm to us here. The ones you have used, which we must validate. And if we find it was expended illegally, this House can reject it. And then the ones you are requesting, because you have foreseen some circumstances that need extra money, that this House can then vote that amount of money. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to persuade you that this House should not be hoodwinked into processing supplementary indirectly through the motion that this minister has brought. That should be rejected because it's going to be illegal from the onset. If the minister wants a supplementary, we can. Actually, I was suspicious that item 4 was brought so that item number 5 on the other paper would not be processed. It was going to be overtaken by the events. So if you want the supplementary, be honest and come to this House, state us so, and we address it. But we cannot deal with item 4.1, the revised estimate, because we are amending an appropriation act. If you want to amend an appropriation act, which is equivalent as amending a bill, you come to this House and then it will be dealt with.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Jonathan, let me just give you my word and honorable colleagues, okay? Let me just give you confidence. When we were starting, I explained to you that the budgeting process will be under this motion. And for now, we are starting with ministerial policy statements. The purpose for today is ministerial policy statement. Then the supplementary, you cannot approve a supplementary that way. You can't. You can't say that we are now going to be conclusive on this motion. This is a motion whereby after processing ministerial policy statements on the floor, you refer them to the budget committee. You don't make a decision here. They are for reference purposes. So we are not getting any single resolution under this item. And approving a supplementary requires a resolution. And that is next week, because this week I must first process ministerial policy statements to beat the deadline. Now, colleagues, the same, so I want to assure you on that. Then number 2, it is not the Minister of Finance who makes the order paper. It's me. The order paper is under me. Okay? So, and I'm following the deadline. So there is no way to say someone is trying to do anything. No, that's not allowed. For the supplementary, it's very clear, like I guided, the minister reported all figures, and this is very, very clear under section 25 of the PFMA, where funds are expended under subsection 1, supplementary estimates showing the sums spent shall be read before Parliament within 4 months after the money is spent. So if the minister read it here, he must capture it among the things, among the expenditure he made. Then we scrutinize. Now, we have, why you cannot even manage this supplementary, Chivumbi's committee, the committee on budget, under Article 156, clause 3, a supplementary appropriation bill shall be introduced into Parliament in the financial year, next following that financial year, to which the estimates relate, providing for the appropriation of the sums so approved for the purposes specified in those estimates. So under this supplementary appropriation bill, this is even where all this will be captured, but after approval by this House. So I just wanted to lay your fears. There is no one who will play games on this issue. Okay? Honorable Repair, then our Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is on the
something?
ministerial policy statements.
Yes.
The current budget projections are based or are derived from the growth in the GDP. The assumption is the growth in domestic revenue is based on the growth of the GDP and will be 0.5% of the GDP. Now, the assumption of the Ministry of Finance is that the outlook on the GDP performance is that it is expected that the GDP will grow by 5.6%. But based on the assumption that you have estimated or projected the revenue, it will mean that the GDP will grow by 10%. I would just want the Minister of Finance, when he's submitting, to clarify on that so that it allays our fears.
Thank you. Honorable Samba.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you, first of all, for allaying our fears, because when you read the head note on the order paper, on item number 4, it is saying motion for the House to resolve itself into the Committee of Supply to consider these items. Mr. Speaker, when we go to the Committee of Supply, we will debate, we will discuss and pass. There will be no chance for these items to go to the committee. So, Mr. Speaker, I want you to further clarify on how we are going to deal with item number 4, because if it was a motion just to send, you would be sending to the committee. But if it is a motion for us to resolve into a Committee of Supply, they are sending us, Mr. Speaker, to process these items. Yet you have read our fears that you're going to send it to the committee for processing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, following the submission of the two colleagues and your guidance, I think then we need to get a way of removing 4.1. So then we deal with 4.2. Otherwise, as it is now, for us to say we are going to a committee to deal with 4.1 would be really not right.
Thank you. You see, Honorable Mujichi, the format of the ministerial policy statements requires that you refer to the performance of the current financial year. So how will you refer to it if you cannot capture it? I think what is important is you to note that, 1, we are not making a resolution on it. That should give you all the confidence you have. Number 2, we cannot, and I repeat it, we cannot put a question on item 4.1 before handling item 5. Item 4.1 is for purposes of addressing the concern of Article 156 Clause 3. When we are reaching that level of supplementary appropriation bill, that's where it will be captured. But now we have to move with the ministerial policy statements. So colleagues, let's move with the ministerial policy statements. We refer them, okay? We shall refer them to the budget committee. They go for harmonization in the budget committee. And then for us, we shall come back here. We deal with the supplementary so that we can make the process for item 4.1 complete. Otherwise, for the next, like, I would say 2 weeks, we shall be handling item 4.1 of the whole budgeting process. I just wanted, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I still have a challenge even with item 4.2.
Yeah, 4.2.
Even 4.1 and 4.2. There is no way we will deal with them here in this manner. The motion should be to the House, but not to resolve into a committee of supply to deal with this matter. Because 4.2, Mr. Speaker, is dealing with 23, 24. And this is not the stage where we can handle it under committee of supply. Thank you.
Just allow me, give me a few minutes, Honorable Nsamba. I consult a few colleagues, Honorable Chivumbi, Honorable Musasiza, and Honorable Mudimi. Can, no, just wait a bit.
Okay, okay. Time for silence. How are you, Mama? Fine.
Let's delete this and go.
Thank you. So colleagues, sorry for taking a minute off. Please, order in the House. Yes. Colleagues, order. Now, colleagues, this is the format which has always been used during budgeting process. We didn't introduce anything new. But I think what brought a problem was because we've not yet finished supplementary. There has been that suspicion. but we have, I've given them the confidence that that's not the purpose. And item 1, there is no way I can touch it, like I said, before we finish item number 5, which is the critical one. But you must capture it to show that when you are handling item 4.2, you had in mind the contents of 4.1, though not yet approved. Okay, so that's just the purpose. And I think we have harmonized on that. We have a meeting of minds. Ministerial policy statements, we are starting with the Committee on Finance. Chair, Committee on Finance.
Report of the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development on the Ministerial Policy Statement for financial year 2023/2024.
Chair.
Right Honourable Speaker, I'm sorry we are not ready due to reasons beyond our control. We had a meeting with the Minister of Finance about 2 weeks ago.
Colleagues, I need order in the House. We have one meeting here. Please, anyone who wants to consult, you can consult from the corridors, okay? Let's have one session here.
Right Honourable.
Please, Chair, first, let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish speaking, okay? Let him finish. Please, Honourable. Yes, Honourable. Okay.
Right Honourable, we had a meeting with the Minister of Finance about 2 weeks ago. They agreed to give us the costed project implementation plans, which they said because they are bulky, they will be sending them as soft copies, but unfortunately they did not send them. We wrote to them about 1 week ago, reminding them that we need this costed project implementation plan. They responded, but not satisfactorily. They did not send the costed project implementation plan. And the feeling of the members is that without that information, we are not in a position to give an informed opinion about vote, and it's specifically on vote 008. We've agreed with the Minister, Right Honourable Speaker, that they will be providing them first thing tomorrow morning. And if it pleases you, Right Honourable Speaker, we request that you allow us to present on Thursday.
Colleagues, I communicated the schedule for committees. You even have a right of coming here and you say, we have assessed but unsatisfactory. It goes on record here. Otherwise, committee procedures won't bog me down when I have a statutory deadline. They won't. Well, what do you want us to do here? To go on record that a committee of finance failed on this? Then you can as well come and your report says, Rook, Minister of Finance has refused to cooperate. Yes. It also goes on record. That's what I will refer to budget committee. Okay? Honourable Chivumbi wanted to say something?
Right Honourable Speaker, first of all, care must be taken about the Finance Committee. Out of the 50 trillion budget that we are going to consider this Parliament, nearly half of it is in one committee for approval. That is the Finance Committee. It handles vote 130, which has got about 18 trillion one vote, which is the treasury operation. And then when you look at the Minister of Finance, it goes to about 19 trillion of the total budget. The other leg of it, it also has to consider the taxation policy, the taxation bill, that amount to about 28, 29 trillion of our total budget. Therefore, any information that is inadequate in that committee may be to the detriment of the entire budget process. That's why we press it upon the Minister of Finance to avail that committee with every necessary data, humanly possible, for us to make an informed opinion and recommendation to this parliament that will affect the entire budget process. That's why I would like also to add my voice to the plea of the chair and fail to press the Minister of Finance. For example, Right Honorable Speaker, let me give you just one example. We wanted to interact with the Ministry of Energy. The Ministry of Energy issued an instrument, and this is critical. We had tax areas of 616 billion on gold. The Ministry of Energy goes ahead and issues an instrument. Consequently, the country, the tax areas fall due to 43. And we lost 616 billion because of that instrument. What a loss to a country. A whole budget of near a Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of, and so many ministries in one budget. So for us to come here and give you half-baked, even admission of failure, would be detrimental to this budget, to this parliament. That's why I want to urge you, Honorable Speaker, to press it upon the Minister of Finance that tomorrow, before 8, it provides the Committee of Finance with all the necessary information.
Honorable Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I am fortunate that before I was elevated, I served in the Committee of Finance for 10 years, and out of which 5 of them I was the chairperson. Mr. Speaker, in our opinion, the information we provided is sufficient to make the committee arrive at conclusions. And if they need further information, we can provide to the extent possible. What is not possible can be reported and the House can debate it. But I'm wondering why the information we provided cannot enable a committee arrive at a recommendation. This is my concern.
Honorable Kashonji.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Rule 189D requires the Secretary Committee to examine and recommend on these ministerial policy statements for the House. Now, to me, examining means going into deeper, scrutinize and understand. And when you're examining, you are looking for what? You are looking for reasonableness, you are looking for economy, you are looking for effectiveness, you are looking for efficiency. What the Minister of Finance provided to us, I will give an example. They will just say output, hold the workshop in Mbarara, 200 million. To me, it does not make sense because a budget is a costed output or work plan. You indicate what you want to do, how much is cost in it, so that when I'm examining it, I can understand that what you are putting in the budget is reasonable. I can understand that you are not exaggerating figures or hiding them under a certain cost. Right Honorable Speaker, we as a committee, because I'm a member of the committee, we are defeated. We reasoned it to the Minister of Finance. They accepted that that's the way to go. But the excuse was that it is Barke. And my question was, if it's not Barke to you, why do you think it's Barke to us? Because we can as well get a soft copy and go through what they did and understand so that figures are not hidden within their budget and we just pass through unless we agree that we are going to rubber stamp whatever they bring to us. I submit, Mr. Honorable Speaker.
Now, colleagues, I don't know what is difficult here. Me, I go back to my schedule. Number one, this schedule was developed after consulting committees. So, and now you've started disorganizing me. That's what I'm seeing. Because Thursday, the space you're asking for was meant for someone. But again, I can't say present here if you have nothing. Okay? But also I'm recording the performance of the committee, because you should have brought this to my attention much earlier. I don't know why you come to present it to me on the floor that you have such an issue. You should have brought it to my attention much earlier. Then I intervene. That's number one. Number two, Honourable Minister for Finance, it should also be noted that it's the committee which determines the information they want. To the extent possible, you used a very good one. So whatever is possible, give them. When you were a reader, maybe you are not interested in this, but these ones are interested. So give them, okay? Because you see, writing a report to the satisfaction is a relative word, is a relative statement. So to them, they need this information to reach that kind of conclusion. So, Honourable Minister, if the information is available, it's public information, it's nothing we are hiding as a government. So pass it on to them urgently, they process a report. Because you see, the relationship between a sectoral committee and the sector is very critical. I hope it doesn't degenerate into a relationship of saying, because colleagues, why I'm very, very cautious about this issue and why we need to satisfy members. For example, this current financial year, we passed a budget on Chivumbi, was it around 920 billion, which we removed for debt repayment, around 900 billion. Okay? Now, along the way, we found that indeed this money indeed was needed for debt repayment. So, but that's the money we had already cut and appropriated to other items. Now, where you put it, you're more or less putting a supply. But what brought it, maybe they lacked certain information. And based on hearsay and all that. So we don't want this to repeat itself. I want committees to make decisions based on actual information. So, Honourable Minister, tell your technical people to avail information today. Because soft copy information is very easy to get. And then they crack the numbers. Then I will call you tomorrow at 4 p.m. to report. Tomorrow at 4 p.m.
Much obliged, Right Honourable.
Thank you. Committee on Trade.
Report of the Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry on the Ministerial Policy Statement for financial year 2023/2024.
Chairman had told me they are ready. Chairperson. Colleagues, I'm suspending the House for 10 minutes for this chairperson. Okay? Are you ready, Chair? I want to know if you're ready before I move. If you're not, then but I haven't moved. I'm still in my position. Just 10 minutes. Chairperson, you consolidate all this. 10 minutes we are here. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, order. Chair, Committee on Trade, you ready? Colleagues, can I have order in the House?
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Can you get closer to the microphone?
Right Honorable Speaker, back to the delay, the report of the Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry on the Ministerial Policy Statement and Budget Estimates for financial year 2023-2024, and proceed with presentation. I beg to lay, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, according to Article 155(4) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Section 12(1), Section 12(1) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, and Rule 144(1) of our Rules of Procedure of Parliament, the Committee of Tourism, Trade and Industry considered the Ministerial Policy Statement and budget estimates for the financial year 2023-24 for the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, and Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. And here reports to this House, Right Honorable Speaker. The Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities has entities with and without a vote status. Those with a vote status have been indicated by the committee, Right Honorable Speaker. The report uploaded, Right Honorable Speaker, for members to look through well elaborates all this, Right Honorable Speaker, but because of time, I am going to present a summary of the detailed report. Right Honorable Speaker, Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities has vote 022, vote 117, Uganda Tourism Board, and the entities without a vote status are well stated. Uganda Wildlife Authority, Wildlife Conservation Education Center, Uganda Hotels and Tourism Training Institute, Jinja, Uganda Wildlife Research and Training Institute, Kasese. And Right Honorable Speaker and members, likewise, the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives has got entities with and without a vote status, all clearly stated in the report. Right Honorable Speaker, the Tourism Development Program under 2.1, the half financial year performance for 2022-23 is well elaborated. In brief, I want to say that tourism program covers Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife, Antiquities, and its 5 subventions, which are well and clearly named there, Right Honorable Speaker. Ministry of Trade, Tourism, Wildlife, Antiquities, Gender and Equity Compliance. Details have been clearly stated in the report in accordance with Section 1311 E and I of the Public Finance Management Act 2015. The minister responsible for financial in consultation with Equal Opportunities Commission issue a certificate of A, certifying that the budget is gender and equity responsive. B, specifying measures taken to equalize opportunities for men and women, persons with disabilities and other marginalized groups. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities registered a huge decline in gender and equity compliance with a performance of 70% compared to 80.6% performance in the previous financial year. This is a 10.6% point drop from the financial year 2022-23. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to refer members to Table 1 on the overview of budget allocation to Tourism Development Program. Right Honorable Speaker, members can look through this table on the overview of budget allocation to Tourism Development Program. At program level, budget for Tourism Development Program is expected to increase effectively by Uganda shillings 24.437 billion. Notable increments of Uganda shillings Right Honorable Speaker, notable increments of Uganda shillings 40.793 billion has been made in the development budget of the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. Members can refer to the table above. And Table 2, half-year financial performance of the financial year 2022-23, Right Honorable Speaker, for the entire program, including subventions, Right Honorable Speaker. The table clearly elaborates in terms of figures. And Right Honorable Speaker, the tourism program is comprised.
Honorable colleague, when we are doing municipal policy statement reports, at least the figures have to be captured. Whether you capture total, but at least figures are very, very critical at this stage, because we shall refer to budget to go and handle figures, final figure.
Right Honorable Speaker, allocation in financial year 2022-23, the budget allocation to Tourism Development Program adds up to 190 billion, 150. And Right Honorable Speaker, budget 2023-2024 in figures adds up to the total of 214 billion, 587. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the change in budget for 2023-24 versus 2022-23 totals up to 24,437. That is on the overview of budget allocation to tourism development program. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, half-year financial performance, which I had already read, in summary, in the table, presents release by end of December vis-a-vis the approved budget. The approved budget was 194,842 billion. The release by December was 95,568 billion. Money spent by end of December, Right Honorable Speaker, that's for the financial year 2022-23, July to December, is 76,467. And you could read clearly the percentages as far as the release, the approved budget, the release, and money spent is concerned. Absorption release was at 80.00%, Right Honorable Speaker. Vote 22, Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, the ministry itself alone. Half-year financial performance, honorable members, for 2022-23 is as follows. The approved budget for the ministry was 166.309 billion. The revised budget was 166.59 that came through supplementary. And the release to the ministry alone by December was 84.005. Money spent by end of December, honorable colleagues, was 70.483. And the percentages according to the approved budget, revised budget, and release are well stated there in the table 3. However, the release spend was 83.90%. Right Honorable Speaker, at vote level, the approved budget was 166.309 billion. This was revised upward to Uganda shillings 166.59 billion, resulting from the supplementary budget of Uganda shillings 0.281 billion approved to cater for wages, for wage enhancement for scientists. Out of the revised budget, Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda shillings 84 billion was released, while Uganda shillings 70 billion was actually spent. The percentage of budget release was 50.50%. The budget spent was 52.40%, and release spent absorption was 83.9% by half year of financial year 2022-2023. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Ministry of Tourism hosts 4 subventions, namely Uganda Wildlife Authority, WEC, UHTI, and Uganda Warehouse Receipt System. Those are 4. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Trade, Wildlife, Antiquity changes in approved and proposed budget allocation. The budget categories are well stated there: wage, non-wage, Government of Uganda Development. The revised approved budget for financial year 2022-23, 166.425 billion. Proposed budget for 23-24, 187.059 billion. Change between the approved budget and proposed budget was 20.634 billion. Right Honorable Speaker. The proposed total budget allocation to the Ministry of Tourism and all its subventions is 187.059 billion, Right Honorable Speaker. This is expected to increase effectively by Uganda shillings 20.634 billion from the approved Uganda shillings of 166.425 billion to the proposed Uganda shillings 187.059 billion. Changes in specific budget category include wage and development, which are expected to increase by Uganda shillings 1.145 billion and Uganda shillings 40.93 billion respectively, while non-wage budget category is proposed to reduce by Uganda shillings 21.304 billion. Right Honourable Speaker, all subventions are funded under the non-wage category, whose budget has reduced. Right Honourable Speaker, Uganda Wildlife Authority, the table above presents out budget financing. Uganda Wildlife Authority in the financial year 2023-24 expects support from development partners in form of grants and donations to the tune of 46.36 billion as shown in the table below. However, Right Honourable Speaker, the figures forecast in financial year 23-24 is 153.12 billion. And in financial year 22-23, it's 155.83 billion. Financial 21-22 was 117.75. For the current year 2022-23-24, 153.12 billion. Right Honourable Speaker, the observations and recommendations of the committee on operationalization of the wildlife compensation scheme. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee observed that Section 83 of the Wildlife Act 2019 requires Uganda Wildlife Authority to establish the wildlife compensation scheme, consisting of 2% of monies collected by authority for financing compensation claims. The committee was informed that although 2% of the revenue collected by OWA is annually retained in fulfillment of Section 83 of the OWA Act 2019, Section 86(2)(k) requires the Minister of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, in consultation with the board, to make regulations to provide for procedures for compensation for injury or death caused by a person, caused to a person, or damage to property by wild animal. The committee was, however, informed by OWA that human-wildlife conflict has increased from 2,000 about 5 years ago, 2018, to 7,795 in 2023. This translates into a 289.8% increase, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues. The compensation scheme was operationalized in 2022, and the Wildlife Verification Compensation Committee is currently considering 75 claims. The committee was informed that there is a general lack of awareness about the existence of this committee that has been constituted. The committee learned that OWA is continuing to sensitize the communities about the existence of this committee. It is therefore expected that more claims for compensation under Section 84 of the OWA Act 2019 shall be received and considered, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues. We therefore recommend as a committee that OWA should invest more resources in creating awareness to the neighboring communities. OWA Compensation Verification Committee should fast-track compensation claims lodged before it in view of the backlog of 7,795 cases of human-wildlife conflict reported. To Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, lack of adequate tourism statistics to enable effective planning for this sector. The committee observed that the tourism statistics are inadequate for the tourism program working group to make informed decisions that affect the program. We therefore recommend as a committee, Right Honourable Speaker, that the committee therefore recommends that the ministry should be allocated 2.6 billion for the operationalization of the tourism information management system, which will facilitate real-time generation of tourist data for better planning purposes. Right Honourable Speaker, still on Uganda Wildlife Authority, on the matter of electric fence, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that the human-wildlife conflict has been on the increase despite efforts to use electric fencing to stop wild animals from crossing to the communities. Right Honorable Speaker, in the financial year 2022-23, OWA registered a total of 7,795 cases, like I already hinted on. The committee established that OWA expects to get 10.46 billion from the development partners to procure materials for construction of electric fence in Magician Falls Park, 47 kilometers, Queen Elizabeth National Park, 47 kilometers, and construction of trenches in Kidepo National Park, 25 kilometers. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that OWA should prioritize completion of fencing and construction of trenches in all the mentioned national parks from the anticipated IFPA subsidy project under the World Bank funding. 2, Right Honorable Speaker, increase in sailing, expenditure sailing by OWA. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Uganda Wildlife Authority is seeking an increase in the expenditure sailing from 106.7 billion to 140 billion in the 2023-24 financial year. The request is based on the projected non-tax revenue collections of over 150 billions Uganda shillings. The increase will be used in the upgrade of protected areas, staff accommodation, rhino translocation, electric fence maintenance, valley dams construction, and boundary surveillance and maintenance, and controlling the wildlife invasive species, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. The committee observes that OWA already has 33.3 billion unappropriated non-tax revenue collected from the financial year 2021-2022. We therefore recommend that 33.3 billion be incorporated in the indicative planning figures for Uganda Wildlife Authority. On wildlife invasive species, Right Honorable Speaker, Wildlife Authority is mandated under Section 6 to promote scientific research and knowledge of wildlife and wildlife conservation areas. Consequently, the authority is working together with Uganda Wildlife Research and Training Institute, as well as Makerere University, among others, to conduct research. Furthermore, Uganda Wildlife Research and Training Institute is mandated under Section 4 to provide for research and sustainable development of wildlife resources, among other functions. The institute, however, is understaffed and has only one researcher. Additionally, the current salary structure is not competitive enough to attract qualified and competent researchers, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. The committee therefore recommends that Uganda Wildlife Research and Training Institute be allocated 2 billion to operationalize the new staffing and salary structure that will enable it achieve a center of excellence that is internationally competitive in wildlife research and training. This is very urgent given the need to undertake the required research to inform interventions to address wildlife management and conservation issues such as wildlife invasion, invasive species, and disease outbreak, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. On Uganda Hotel and Tourism Training Institute, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee was informed that UHTTI has planned to spend 6.23 billion for staff training and assessment, admitting new students, students' welfare management. The committee learned that Uganda Hotel and Tourism Training Institute spends Uganda shillings 450 million per annum on renting hostels to accommodate the students. The institution in its work plan intends to construct its own hostels on the existing land, which would cost 5.5 billion shillings, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. This, however, has been put under unfunded priorities. Now, since Uganda Hotel and Tourism Training Institute is a hospitality institution, the students have to be kept within the vicinity of the application hostel, and thus the justification for provision of the required funds for the construction of hotels. The institute is pivotal in tourism and hospitality industry. Therefore, with adequate funding, it should be in position to churn out highly skilled personnel. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee therefore recommends as follows. 1, Uganda shilling 6.23 billion be provided to Uganda Hotel and Tourism Training Institute for its planned activities as proposed. 2, Uganda shillings of 5.5 billion needed to Uganda Hotel and Tourism Training Institute for operationalization of Institute's new staff structure and construction of students' hostels, which should be provided. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. 3, UHTTI reviews its curriculum to meet the current standards, which will make it a one-stop center for human resource for both public and private entities in the hospitality and tourism industry. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, Uganda Wildlife Conservation Education Center, WEC. The committee was informed by WEC that on the matter of construction of a pier and wall fence, that the institution is soon getting a modern 50-seater boat through the competitiveness and enterprise development project additional financing to boost the Lake Victoria Tourism Circuit project. The committee was further informed that—
No, Chair, just sorry for the interruption. Colleagues, we have 15 ministerial policy statements and we have 3 days. In fact, 2 days, today is gone. Okay, so if we give 1 hour of presentation and the debate, those are 15 hours. That would mean every day we do 5 hours. So if we are doing 5 hours, that's from 2 to 6 p.m. when a normal parliamentary session should be ending. So I think I'll be allowing only 20 minutes of presentation because we need to capture the figures. Then we allow debate because members have issues, especially the fact that they don't sit in some sectoral committees, but they have issues touching committees in which they couldn't sit. So Honorable Chair, conclude, go to the summary, final recommendations. The rest we shall dig in. This is a problem of a statutory deadline.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on the Uganda Wildlife Conservation Education Center, the committee therefore recommends that a proposed Uganda shillings of 20 billion be provided to WEC for the implementation of the projects as listed in the report. I request members to look through the uploaded report. 1 billion for pier boat docking facility, 4 billion for construction of the wall fence, 15 billion for Mbale Wildlife Satellite Education Center, which is a regional center. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee therefore recommends that on the Training Institute, the Uganda Wildlife Research and Training Institute, the committee recommends that an allocation of 2 billion that is needed to operationalize the new staff restructure be provided. On vote 117, Uganda Tourism Board, Right Honorable Speaker, half-year financial performance is well presented in the table. Members can refer to. Proposed budget allocation for Uganda Tourism Board is stated in the report and well tabulated. Proposed budget for financial 23-24, 27.33 billion. Because of time, I'm not going through the observation of the committee. I therefore proceed to the recommendation. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the committee therefore recommends that government should provide 32 billion needed to enable UTB to brand and market the country. Right Honorable Speaker, and that is branding the Pearl of Africa and marketing our tourist sites using that. The committee also recommends that Uganda shillings 2 billion be provided for the procurement of a fleet of vehicles to facilitate enforcement and compliance to tourism standards, which will be done through registering, inspecting, and licensing tourism service providers. Right Honorable Speaker, this is arising from the observation of the committee. Honorable colleagues, the committee recommends for Uganda shillings 200 million to be appropriated to UTB, Uganda Tourism Board, to set up its own billboards. After the committee realized that Uganda Tourism Board is renting billboards, and yet the cost of establishing its own billboards would solve the current challenge once and for all. The committee therefore recommends 200 million shillings to be appropriated to UTB to set up its own billboards. The committee is of the view that every district in Uganda should have at least 4 billboards displaying what the country has to offer in terms of tourism attractions. And no more funds should be allocated to UTB for hire of billboards until the entity sets up its own. Right Honorable Speaker, recommendation number 4 is that government of Uganda should intensify domestic and international media relations to depict a positive destination image in regard to health, safety, and security in Uganda. And 5, the tourism development levy, which is provided for under Section 20 of the Uganda Tourism Act 2008, should be operationalized to generate more non-tax revenue for the tourism and hospitality industry in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, in the committee observation, we realized that this provision has not been operationalized, and yet the ministry had the mandate to do it to ensure that we are able to generate more non-tax revenue. So we recommend for it to be prioritized. The tourism development program and funded priorities are well listed there, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I'm not going to read through the table because of time. Totaling to the tune of 95.81 billion Uganda shillings. Right Honorable Speaker, source of funds the committee recommendation on areas that the committee internalized and realized that it's crucial for reallocation, Right Honorable Speaker, within the ministry. The committee recommends that 15.7 billion should be reallocated from government or subvention to Uganda Wildlife Authority within the tourism development program to OWEC, UHTTI, UWRTI as per the reallocation table presented, Right Honorable Speaker. The committee further recommends that Uganda shillings 1.8 billion should be internally reallocated from project 1701 development of source of the Nile phase to cater for unfunded priorities of development as presented in the table above, Right Honorable Speaker. The trade industry and cooperative sector, Right Honorable Speaker, on gender and equity compliance is well elaborated in the report, even well tabulated. Colleagues can refer to that. The half-year financial performance for 2022-23 is well presented in the table and even the narrative. Right Honorable Speaker, the budget allocation for the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives is tabulated in the table number 7. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, total budget for the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperative is expected to reduce by 55.163 billion from the approved of 137.927 billion to Uganda shillings 82.764 billion. Proposed allocation, specifically non-wage and development budgets, are expected to reduce by 31.92 billion and Uganda shillings 22.83 billion respectively. Right, Honorable Speaker, budget allocation to the ministry subventions are as clearly presented in the table. Budget for all subventions under the Ministry of Trade is expected to reduce by a total of 440.05 billion. Significant budget reductions are observed on UDC, 440 billion, MTIC, 32.3 billion, UWRSA, Uganda Warehouse, 3 billion, MTAC, 3.1 billion, and AGOA, 0.45 billion. Right, Honorable Speaker, the observation of the committees in the report. I proceed to the recommendation. We recommend that 1 billion is provided to the ministry responsible for trade to initiate process for establishment of the cooperative bank. Right, Honorable Speaker, on lack of tea sector quality regulation, we recommend, Right, Honorable Speaker, that the committee reiterates its earlier recommendation that the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives should commence the process of reviewing and updating the laws regulating the Uganda tea sector. 2, government of Uganda should open a tea auction market in Uganda. When this is done, Uganda tea traders will earn more and the country will earn more foreign exchange. The tea traders will be in position to sell their products at less operational costs. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues. The unfunded priorities for the trade and industry sector are clearly presented in the table. And Right, Honorable Speaker, it totals up to 40.65 billion. Next, Right, Honorable Speaker, Africa Growth Opportunity Act, AGOA. AGOA provides duty-free access to the US market for over 6,000 products. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues. You can read through the observation of the committee, but among them, Right, Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that in the previous financial year, the approved budget for AGOA was 550 million. However, in the proposed budget, the budget has been reduced to 100 million only, and yet is supposed to perform the mandate that I have just stated, Right, Honorable Speaker. The committee therefore recommends that AGOA should be revived, capitalized, staffed to capacity, and made a funding priority of the ministry. This will give AGOA the opportunity to maximize the export capacity awarded to the USA government to Uganda, by the USA government to Uganda. 2, Right, Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends 3.09 billion needed by AGOA should be provided. If more resources are allocated to AGOA, it will be able to increase more markets for Ugandan products to the US and other countries. Right, Honorable Speaker, under UDC, Uganda Development Corporation, allocation of proposed budget under UDC is well tabulated, totaling to 37.22 billion. Proposed budget for UDC is 37.22 billion, out of which 13 billion is allocated to recurrent operations activities, while 23 billion 0.57 is allocated to capital development projects. In the table below, members can look through. The committee observation is there, well stated. I proceed to the recommendation. The committee therefore recommends that Uganda Development Corporation should be adequately funded during the budgeting process to avoid supplementary budgets. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues. The committee was informed that UDC intends to carry out equity financing investment to establish packaging production plant. Right, Honorable Speaker, we also, in that observation, the details are there. The committee recommends for that under unfunded priorities to be covered. The details is in the report, Right, Honorable Speaker. The next table presents UDC unfunded priorities. Members can look through in the bigger report and be able to see the unfunded priorities. I proceed to Uganda Warehouse Receipt System Authority. Colleagues, the Uganda Warehouse Receipt System Authority is established under Section 3 of the Warehouse Receipt System Act 2006, hereinafter referred to as the Act. As a regulatory authority, the committee observation on their performance and every detail about them as far as the budget is concerned is well captured. I proceed to the recommendation. The committee recommends as follows. 1, the authority should refrain from planning for activities for which it is not within their mandate as provided for in the Act. Therefore, we recommend strongly that funding should be provided for planned activities that are within the mandate of the authority unless the law is amended. All the powers of the authority under Section 5 of the Act are in line with licensing and licensed warehouses under the Act, and this should be the main focus of the authority. Right Honorable Speaker, I proceed to present on MTAC, Management Training and Advisory Center. Colleagues, the committee is concerned that MTAC has been operating without a governing council since 2015. MTAC reported that appointment of the governing council awaits the conclusion of rationalization of government agencies. The committee observed that the delayed conclusion of the rationalization process leaves governance gaps in affecting institutions and is affecting institutions. We therefore recommend that government should fast-track the merger policy so as to resolve issues of non-constituted governing bodies and ensure optimal utilization of government funds. Secondly, we recommend that the Ministry of Trade should intensify its oversight and supervisory role over MTAC in the meantime. Right Honorable Speaker, the unfunded priorities of MTAC adds up to 37.4 billion. It is well presented in the table, in the report. Right Honorable Speaker, I proceed to present on Uganda Export Promotion Board, UEPB. Half-year budget performance of Export Promotion Board 2022-23 is there in the table. The approved budget for Uganda Export Promotion Board was 8.423 billion, out of which 2.23 billion was released, while 1.594 billion was spent. By half of the financial year 2022-23, the percentage of budget release was 26.50%. Budget spent was 18.90%. While release spent, the absorption was 71.30% by half year of the financial year 2022-2023. The proposed budget allocation for 2023-24 and changes between the proposed and approved budget is presented in the table. The changes is 0.003% only. Approved budget was 8.428. Meanwhile, proposed budget for 23-24 is 8.431. Right Honorable Speaker, the observation of the committee is immediately after that table, and I proceed to present the recommendation. Government should release the budget to Export Promotion Board as appropriated, and the funding gap of Uganda shillings 10 billion should be provided to enable Export Promotion Board effectively execute its mandate. 2, government should fast-track the merger policy so as to resolve issues of non-constituted governing bodies and ensure optimal utilization of government funds. This will then guide the Ministry of Public Service to carry out the necessary and pending recruitments. The unfunded priorities for 23-24 of export promotion is presented and well tabulated. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I now move to vote 154, Uganda National Bureau of Standards. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the half-year performance of financial year 2022-23 of UNBS is well tabulated in table 10. Members can refer to it. The approved budget for UNBS was 41.28 billion, out of which 20.372 billion was released, while 19.328 billion was spent by half year 2022-23. The percentage of the budget released was 49.40%. Budget spent was 46.80%, while release spent absorption was 94.90% by half year 2022-2023. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, UNBS had an annual non-tax revenue target of Uganda shillings 48.8 billion by half year. The actual collection amounted to Uganda shillings 24.67 billion, reflecting 50% of the non-tax revenue performance. Members, I refer you to the table below 8.1 on UNBS to understand it better. However, UNBS had an annual non-tax target of Uganda shillings 48.8 billion, like I earlier on hinted on. Table 11 present allocation of UNBS budget, approved budget, proposed budget, change between the approved budget and proposed budget. The trade and industry and cooperative sector. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, because of time, I rush to the committee recommendation that Uganda shillings 2.2 billion should be reallocated within the trade sector from Warehouse Receipt System Authority to facilitate AGOA. A committee observation is there. Unfortunately, because of time, I cannot read for you to appreciate better. Then our committee recommendation on UNBS. One is that UNBS should be availed with funds amounting to 8.3 billion for a first enhancement of salaries for their staff in the science category. Then two, UNBS should be availed funds for purposes of employing more staff to implement the mandate of trade facilitation, consumer protection through border control and standards enforcement throughout the country. And three, UNBS should be availed funds to procure specialized equipment, furniture, and new fleet of vehicles. The details are in the observation as per the scrutiny of the committee. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I proceed to general observations and recommendations in the trade sector to conclude with. The observation, Right Honorable Speaker, one, access to affordability of capital. It's been a big challenge that the committee is presenting to this House. Furthermore, Uganda Development Bank on access to affordability of capital. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, in its 2022 June meeting, Bank of Uganda Monetary Policy Committee increased the central bank rates by 1 percentage point to 7.5%. Additionally, in October 2022, Bank of Uganda raised the central bank government rate by 1 percentage point to 10%. As expected, the tightening monetary policy has resulted in rising interest rates. Lending rates by commercial banks are on a rise with an average of 18.4% as of October 2022. As such, Uganda has the highest lending rates in the region compared to Rwanda at 16.9%, Tanzania at 17.4%, and Kenya at 13.1%. Second observation, Right Honorable Speaker, is on UDB, which is mandated to provide finance in form of short, medium, and long-term term secured loans. Right Honorable Speaker, and cost of operation. The committee notes that the ever-increasing cost of rent, electricity, transport, and other operational costs have resulted into closure of many businesses. The fourth one, trade infrastructure, is an issue. Telecommunication coverage. The sixth one, the low electricity supply and connectivity has got negative implication on the trade sector, Right Honorable Speaker. Number seven, indigenous capital vis-a-vis foreign capital participation. Government laws and policies empower foreign investors at the cost of local investors. For example, the qualifications for incentives, according to Section 12 of the Investment Code Act, disqualifies most local traders and manufacturers from accessing government incentives. That's number 7 of the observation that the committee came up with. Number 8, cooperative societies. There is inadequate human resources in terms of numerical strength, skills, and experience, which is also affecting trade and trade sector. Right, Honorable Speaker, the recommendations of the committee are as follows. Government should plan for provision of low-cost capital. UDB should be capitalized with a condition that it revises its condition to serve micro, small, and medium enterprises, and to have sub-regional presence or collaborate with other financial institutions in every district. This will increase access and affordability of capital. 2, UNBs should be facilitated to develop, promote, and enforce standards. Right, Honorable Speaker. 3, on trade infrastructure, government should invest more in infrastructure supporting trade, particularly transport and ICT. Right, Honorable Speaker, under the transport, government focus should be on roads connecting to border markets and expanding major ports. Construction of roads and expansion of ports will reduce transport costs and increase market access. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Then under ICT, Right, Honorable Speaker, funds should be availed for the provision of free Wi-Fi, especially in all cities and major business districts, and at least in every sub-region to facilitate trade on top of scrapping the internet excess duty. Effective ICT increases market access, enhances marketing and promotion, and provides a low-cost channel for searching. Right, Honorable Speaker, proposed budget estimate for the financial year 2023. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members of the August House, the committee recommends that Parliament adopts this report and approves the budgetary estimates for the financial year 2023-2024 under the following votes.
Honorable, I will need you to capture the total for each vote. Okay? Yeah.
For the financial year 2023-2024 under the following votes. Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, vote 022. 100 recurrent is 133,417,142. And development is 52,640. Uganda Tourism Board.
No, Honorable colleague, I need the total.
The total
of vote 022.
The total of Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities is 186,057,142. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Uganda Tourism Board, the recurrent budget allocation is 25,745,627. Development budget is 100 million. The total is 25,845,627. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, vote 15. Under the recurrent, 78,709,702. Development, 225,623. Adding up to 78,935,325,000. Vote 136. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Uganda Export Promotions Board. Under recurrent, 7,869,500,000. Development, under development is 37 million. The total is 7,906,500,000. Right, Honorable Speaker, vote 157, Uganda National Bureau of Standards, UNBS. Recurrent is 45,567,420. Development, billion 651 million. The totals for UNBS adds up to 52 billion 218 420. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. You've led the way. Colleagues, other chairpersons, you've seen it. Number one, the figures have to be very clear because we are going to adopt your report and refer it to the Committee on Budget. So we want to adopt when the figures are clear. So at the end, I want totals of each vote. You don't just show recurrent and the development without showing the total of each and every vote. Two, clerk capture the report in full so that for future reference to the answered, someone will see the report in full of the committee. Number three, specifically for this report, I kindly consider the final page on signatures because the one you captured, the presenter of the report has not signed. But the one she read on the table, she signed. Okay? So I want all those details. They are very, very important in the future. We shall have a report where the presenter, the chair and vice chair have not signed. So who presented? So I want you to go back that page of signatures. Since she has tabled the report which she has signed, it's the one we consider here. So ensure you capture the one which is signed. So colleagues, I open debate procedure. Honorable Jonathan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In light of your guidance, since we shall consider the report, some of the figures that the presenter mentioned here are not captured in the report as she read it here, which I thought must have been some typing errors or minor omissions. For example, you have 100,000 shillings, but you are reading 100 million. So it would be proper now that you correct that to reflect the correct record, or you direct that the clerk captures the correct figure that she read other than the ones that was mentioned.
No, the correct figure is, that was the correct figure, but they should have shown the zeros up on the table that you add on the 2 zeros from what is written here. Okay? So I think it is very, very important for, that's why we clean up the record of the answered so that it be captured very well in terms of figures. So colleagues, I'm going to open up for 20 minutes. For 20 minutes so that we can go to agriculture. Procedure, Honorable Yeri? No, you speak in the microphone, my brother. Otherwise, you're communicating to me as your friend.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. When the chairperson was presenting the report, he didn't tell us whether there's a certificate of what? Of climate change. Yeah, he only mentioned that one of gender. Whether he has or not before we can continue debating. Thank you.
Thank you. The certificate of climate change is for the whole budget. Can you refer to the law? Tell me under which law? I know what I'm talking about. The Climate Change Act is for the whole budget under Section 30 of the Climate Change Act. So, and it was tabled. So, but if you have another law which shows it's for each sector. Thank you. So colleagues, let's budget this. Members of the committee, please don't come up. Okay? I'll pick Honorable Wagahungu. You're not a member of the committee? So I'll pick Honorable Wagahungu. I need MPs also from the tourism-related areas. Eh? Okay. I will pick, let me first pick a few. Don't mind, I'll come back. I'll pick Honorable Wagahungu. I pick Bugendera. I pick Aza. I pick Atera, Honorable Atera. I pick Amorata. Okay. And I pick Chivoga, I pick you, then I pick you, colleagues. I'll do a quick one.
Right,
And the one I pick on this, I won't pick you on the next one.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
For fair.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I want to thank the committee for the work.
That's each maximum crack.
And Right, Honorable Speaker, on a selfish note, I want to thank you very much for having visited one of the national parks. And the members of parliament, colleagues, also don't promote tourism outside, but also promote it in Uganda here. And visit, have a holiday in the national parks. On hotel and the tourism training, it is high time that we decentralize and we have regional centers such that we benefit from the training and building skills of our industry, tourism industry. Secondly, we is also the zoo. We should learn how to decentralize our zoos from, we graduate, we have the central one in Entebbe, but we should have regional centers where we should have, so I believe that the government should be able to appropriate sufficient funds for that. Mr. Chairman, although, Madam Mr. Speaker, although we are looking at conservation of these protected areas, but looking inside the national parks only does not help without also looking at the communities surrounding the national parks. We should also have a collaborative relationship such that the people are not endangered or the national parks are not endangered. And also on revenue sharing, we should not look at the revenue for the park entrance only, but we should also look at the general revenue in the park. On trade, I have seen that we are promoting UDC so much, but UDC is becoming more of politics vehicle than economics. We should be looking at bankable projects. An example is like the sponge iron in my place. No studies have been done, but the money is provided for it. So let us look at bankable projects so that we don't fail to do what we are doing. Another thing, Right Honorable Speaker, is distribution of the tourism data centers. How do they have a national outlook? Because some of the.
Thank you. Now, rereading through the report also, I was concerned. Human-wildlife conflict is an issue which we have been discussing here. But now in the report, we are saying tourism people said they are just sensitizing people about it. No, people have applied for compensation. You don't have money. Let's be honest, you don't have money. But also, these people don't desire for compensation. Let's go for prevention. You know, by the time you compensate someone, that person is hurt. The compensation sometimes is not adequate. You know, so why don't we focus on prevention? So I'm concerned when I see on page 17 that you are only budgeting for 15 kilometers of electric fence. Okay, 15 kilometers at 3.13 billion. This is totally, and this fence would prevent you from compensating people. People are not interested in your money. They are saying, protect us from the animals. Instead of you saying, let the animals eat, and then you come to compensate. So instead of putting more money in compensation, why don't we put more money in prevention of animals destroying crops? Yes, I had, yes, Akroba?
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to begin where you've ended. My concern is on the electronic fence, the electric fence. Right Honorable Speaker, you've started this electric fence. I am sorry, electric fence.
The electronic one would be digital.
Right Honorable Speaker, is that in some national parks, this was already started on. Unfortunately, the animals seem to be very clever. Where you've worked, the animals now have avoided that area, and now they go to the other areas, and you've become so destructive. Right Honorable Speaker, like you rightly observed, I was looking for an opportunity in the report where the committee is going to recommend that the process should be completed all over the national parks.
and I find this missing. I want to recommend, Right Honorable Speaker, that this should be taken as a priority, because when we work on it, we will even be addressing the issue of compensation. Like rightly said, Right Honorable Speaker, the farmers, for example, who are neighboring the national parks are not interested in the compensation. Compensation comes in as a by the way. We would want, Right Honorable Speaker, those of us who are staying near the national parks to see that we work more on prevention than simply compensating us, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and my dear colleagues. Thank you very much, the committee, for your report. Mr. Speaker, we have serious issues related to human-wildlife conflict in Pothole sub-county, Moyo district. Usually, very big numbers of elephants cross the borders from Nimule National Park. They cross the borders and come into Uganda in Pothole sub-county and wreak havoc. They destroy crops, they displace people, they destroy houses, and so on and so forth. So I'll be very happy if the electric fencing will also be taken to Pothole sub-county, where there's serious issues related to human-wildlife conflict. Secondly, Honorable Minister for Tourism, we have Fort Eminipasa. We have a place where normally slaves were collected. The Karatumas will come to Buganda land and collect slaves and hold them in that place called Pothole in Panzala, and thereafter take them to Karatum. Those are the Karatumas. So I'll be happy if you could develop that place into a tourist center. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes. Honorable Agnes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to applaud the committee, the report, and specifically refer to page 45, where the committee has recommended 1 billion shillings to initiate a process of establishing a cooperative bank. And I would like to thank them for bringing back the discussion around the cooperative and the farmers bank. However, I would like to request that the Ministry of Trade needs to collaborate and partner with other agencies of government and not reinvent the wheel, because a lot of research has been done. One of the challenges they found was recapitalization of the former cooperative bank that led to its collapse. But I would like to urge the ministry and the committee to explore a bit more on available very many rural financing models that are in place. For example, PDM, Myoga, we have Micro Support Center who are really doing the same rural financing models that this bank could be looking at. So my proposal would be that instead of Ministry of Trade looking at initiating a new bank as they have proposed, would like to propose that they consolidate, synergize with the existing models, but also leverage on the available many rural capital that is in the communities, so that we don't really cry about capitalization anymore for the farmers and the cooperative bank. I thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Taylor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I take this opportunity to thank the committee for the good report. Right Honorable Speaker, the report highlighted a very big necessity and requirement for development of tourism sites and then publicizing our tourist attractions to the different parts of the world. But Right Honorable Speaker, there's one simple element lacking, and I'm glad the Honorable Minister is here, is synergizing the activities of the Ministry of Tourism with other agencies. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll give an example. After the transformation of Jagali Falls, what is left along that road is Itanda Falls. But even the road which goes to Itanda Falls, you just have to stop like 10 times to ask, where is the road to Itanda Falls? First of all, it's in a very poor state, but not even a signpost to show that this is where our mighty falls are. And when you reach there, it's a very amazing place to visit. It would require only the effort of the Ministry of Tourism to liaise with the local authorities to pull a grader through and create a good access point. So I want to invite the minister in most of these areas to synergize with the various entities which operate within, so that we create a good environment for our tourists. Right, Honorable Speaker, we cannot promote tourism, and I'm glad we have had a discussion on the state of the roads in Uganda. I mean, a tourist leaving Entebbe Airport and arriving, and all we are awashed with on social media is the state of the roads. We should have a well-synergized approach to the development of tourism in this country. Otherwise, we are wasting a gold mine. I thank you.
Thank you. And we were told that they allowed Nyege to promote tourism, and it was at Itanda Falls. So, but no road now after Nyege. Yes, Chiboga.
Thank
then,
you.
Muuma.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have an issue with the naming of the ministerial policy statement, because if many more ministerial statements get uploaded, it will be disturbing for us to identify the current one for revision. But Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of compensation, some of us are not near national parks, but were invaded by wild animals. I stood one time here where, like Chiboga, was invaded by white calabash monkeys that ate everything. When we approached Ua, they requested us not to kill them. But when we didn't kill them, they didn't come to our plea to help us. And the district didn't have a vermin control officer. And they ate everything. There is a sub-county which cannot grow anything. People just vacated and left the land. So it is important to consider the protection. And then, Right Honorable Speaker, we have a lot of tourist attraction. I'm not supporting this issue of establishing new in situ zoos in other areas. Areas have a lot of undeveloped attractions. Like my district, Chiboga, we have 4 of them that have never appeared anywhere. No development has ever appeared, occurred. So many of those new tourist attractions just need to be advertised and get known. And then what is the problem with operationalization of the levies from the different sectors? We shall see. Even the tourism development levy is not operational. I think we need to revise this. My last submission is on the Ministry of Trade. Right Honorable Speaker, one of the unfunded priority is the transportation of the commercial fish.
Thank you. I'm trying, colleagues, I'm scanning. Sebei, I'm scanning because you see tourism area. Listen, I'm trying to scan it to see each region at least is picked. So you first allow me, like I picked Kigezi. I started with Kigezi. Yeah? You know, so I want to pick Sebei.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Oh, and the traders. So if you know a registered trader, please let me. Chemonges represents both. Switch on.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the committee for this very serious ministerial statement, but I've gone through it because I am much more interested in this matter. Me, I come from Sabei, where we border with the national park on the upper side, and even on the downer side, we still border with the national park. And members are actually talking about compensating the crops. But for us in Sabei, we have lost people, hundreds and hundreds of people. And in the statement, I don't see any plan to compensate them. We have people who need to be resettled, who have been staying around the boundaries of the national park for the last 30 years. I do not see any plan within the government to resettle these people. And because I don't want to take a lot of time, last year, we went to Sabei with the Minister of Wildlife. And the topic that time was wildlife conflicts. Now, the minister reached there and listened to all the people. He saw people with wounds. He even witnessed graves. He got all the stories. But up to now, the minister have never brought back the report to this house. Now, 2 months ago, we lost 2 people in Kwen and one in Bukwa who were shot by the UA officers because of still the fight of the boundary. Lastly, I want.
Thank you. Colleagues, this is beyond tourism. We have sectors to do with standards in this country. We have issues to do with export promotion. We have issues to do with banking, development banking. So let us try to widen. For example, the issue of standards. Personally, I'm a manufacturer. One of the businesses I do manufacturing. We have a very big issue. How are you helping those small scale manufacturers when the cost for standards are so high? And you find for each and every product, then also harmonizations of standards. For example, there's a product we were manufacturing, and the naming alone, Honorable Minister, just the naming alone, you allow products in the country with the names that favor importers against us who are local manufacturers. I want to give an example. We were going to do a product and it was a surface disinfectant. And UNBS said, no, you cannot call it a surface disinfectant. It's against our standards. But they are allowing in imported products called surface disinfectants. And they're in supermarkets. Just if I can give you an example, Carrefour brings in a product called surface disinfectant. And clients, when they are advertising for those products, they want surface disinfectant. But for you, UNBS wants you to call it multi-purpose, I think, cleaning agent. But then I won't qualify for an advert in the private sector, which wants a surface disinfectant. And then you find some of the products UNBS is not able to even certify. You put in, they are not able because they don't have funds to establish laboratories to test those products whether they conform. They don't even know about standards. So it has affected manufacturers. Now you keep recycling, you can't be innovative, you can't be, and then they keep allowing in imported products. So what is the business community? Certification. Let me first speak youth. Yes, procedure, Honorable.
Honorable Speaker, the procedure what I'm raising is that whatever we say here goes on record. Some members are giving very good information. The one member from Queen has just said that they lost hundreds and hundreds of people. A while ago, the honorable member, my friend from Chivoga, said people vacated the whole sub-county. We need to understand really, a sub-county was left, there are no people living there because of the monkeys. The others are hundreds and hundreds of people. Yes, we know there is a challenge, but when people say, okay, that these people clearly substantiate, because when you talk about a sub-county being affected by monkeys and the all people vacate living there as a property, plus the hundreds and the hundreds, our records, Honorable Speaker, we know the challenge we have, but let us have a clear image of this so that it goes well on our record. That's the question matter, Speaker, I'm raising.
This is what I've been trying to enforce. And then after, when you reach in the canteen, you start discussing me how I'm difficult. And it bounces back to me. You even send emissaries to talk to me to be a bit flexible. But this is what he's talking about. When you say a whole village, a whole sub-county, or hundreds and hundreds, you know? So I know the point you're emphasizing is that the impact is huge, but the moment you refer to figures, okay, they should be, you can use the language of we have many people, yeah, and all that. So that's a very good advice, Honorable. So youth, Northern.
Thank you.
Procedure.
Right. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Procedure.
Are we speaking?
Procedure, yeah.
Honorable colleague, never access a microphone without my permission. Please. So you're wrong on procedure from the onset. You've used the wrong procedure of addressing him. Please, ask your procedure matter.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I went through this report. On page 10, the figures which are there, since you emphasized on figures, for the Ministry of Trade, MTWA, a total is about 187.2 billion. And the total for UTB is 27.3 billion. On page 75, which is the last page, which they request for approval, the figure for MTWA is 186.057. And the one for UTB is 25.84. Both figures have a difference, one of 1.2 billion for Ministry of Trade and 1.49 billion for UTB. Are we procedurally right or going on well with these contradicting figures? I thank you.
Honorable Chair, do you need a minute to cross-check?
Of the budget allocation, tourism and development program.
No, yes.
Page 10, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah. The table. On
The
page
table
10.
is allocation to tourism development program, but what I had him bringing on board is on trade. Maybe he can come clear on that.
Just we can be proceeding with the debate, and you have a few minutes of reconciling this. Honorable Herbert, you can come close here. I hope your clerk is also nearby to help you. Okay. I hope committee clerks attend here on the bench to help the chairpersons in such a matters. So reconcile the moment you add up. Please, you will inform us. You must tell us before we put a question. Okay? Yes, Okot?
Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, I've listened attentively to the report. And I have 4 concerns. One is that one of our core sources of revenue in the tourism sector is a nature-based tourism. However, the greatest undoing, especially in nature-based tourism, is the state of our infrastructure, especially the roads, Right Honorable. And I think it should be emphasized that as part of the tourism development program, since we're in a program-based budgeting, safe access to these tourism sites must be prioritized. 2 is that also outside the nature-based tourism, we should deliberately promote culture or cultural tourism. I've noticed that we have very rich and unique and diverse culture, but we are not taking advantage of it. And that is why programs or festivals like Nyege Nyege end up taking advantage of that particular vacuum. Thirdly, for as much as we intend to set up billboards in every district, Right Honorable, I think digital.
Thank you. Anyone going to speak outside tourism? Honorable Roran, Honorable Muuma.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. It is very important, Right Honorable Speaker, understand from the committee, because in Uganda, the cost of doing business is so high. And as a sector, as a committee dealing with this sector, they need to tell us what the Ministry of Trade is putting in place to ensure that the costs of doing business in Uganda are reduced. So many businesses, right, Honorable Speaker, are closing on a daily basis. And our people, because of the taxes, because of the other attendant costs of doing business, are running out of business. What measures are being put in place, right, Honorable Speaker, to reduce the cost of doing business? Second, right, Honorable Speaker, as you said earlier, there are so many substandard products. UNBS is doing this country a disservice by not enforcing standardized products, by not reducing counterfeits. The moment there are so many counterfeits and substandard products on the market, the traders lose a lot of money, because those ones who have genuine products cannot sell them, because UNBS, either at the entry level or by monitoring the local manufacturers, have failed to ensure that we have standardized products in this country, right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, thirdly, we cannot talk about tourism without talking about the infrastructure, the roads, the tourism roads throughout the country. Even the roads, not only around the parks, but the roads going to those national parks are so bad.
Honorable colleagues, we are running program-based budgeting. Let's do program-based debate. Anything to do with infrastructure, let's wait for infrastructure. We can bring in tourism. Okay? That's Honorable Mouma.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my concern, I think, rotates around one of the recommendations made by the committee on provision of resources for recruitment. Most of the issues we are discussing here are to do with the capacity of Uganda National Bureau of Standards. They have very lean staff and structure to man their mandate. So we need to avail them with the requisite resources to be able to execute their work. Right, Honorable Speaker, if you went to the countryside, UNBS has only excelled in terrorizing retail shops or with weighing scales. That's why they are only visible. You can only see them terrorizing retail shops. Your weighing scale expired. Why haven't you updated? But when you look at counterfeits, my colleague has been talking about, you go to the supermarkets, we are consuming expired products in supermarkets. Most of the malls have got expired products, but yes, and drugs, but UNBS is not doing much to address such challenges. Right now, Speaker, I got express permission last week from Abim district, and the MP has also cleared me to share this. When I introduced myself in Abim that I come from the Chavazinga land, they attacked me that we do advertise small stones like rocks, and specifically I think they were looking at Kaguru Hill, ignoring beautiful sceneries in Abim, those nice rocks. So I want to appeal to the Minister for Tourism to begin coding such nice looking sceneries, those mountains that they have in Abim. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Pachuto and Kugonza. Colleagues, don't mind. I know agriculture is coming up and you're going to stand up. So
thank you, Right Honorable.
Maybe if you want to go away, but we are still here.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. And I want to thank the chairperson of the committee for the good report. Right Honorable Speaker, I want us to address our mind in this way. Right Honorable Speaker, this country all the world over is grappling with the difficult economies. We are grappling as a country in raising revenue, and yet we have so many potential undeveloped, untapped tourist sites. Right Honorable Speaker, if some of these tourist sites like the ones I have in Pakwach district and perhaps all over the country were developed, or local investors were supported to develop them, Right Honorable Speaker, we would enhance our revenue mobilization. Not only that, we would leverage the traders of these countries from the burden of high taxation, Right Honorable Speaker. How I pray that this sector is supported by this very parliament so that some of the potential tourism sites are developed sooner than later. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to talk about, on behalf of the traders of this country, especially those ones from West Nile. When I was studying commerce, Right Honorable Speaker, we learned of auxiliary of trade. And by that we mean the transport system, the insurance sector, the bank.
Thank you. Honorable Kugonza.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the committee for the good report. When it comes to the aspect of tourism development, tourism survives very well when the circuits are well developed. In our country, we have so much relied on nature-based tourism, but I think some of the circuits need to be improved. For example, a tourist who has come to Uganda, traveling all the way to come from Kampala, going to Queen Elizabeth National Park using the Bobende route, traveling over 200 kilometers without interfacing with any other thing becomes boring. We need to support the private sector to invest, for example, in issues like wildlife sanctuaries. And that means we need to create incentives that will be able to attract the private players to invest in such areas. You can talk about issues like the snake parks. You can talk about also in some areas looking at cultural tourism. We have other things that have been neglected. For example, like we have not talked so much about caves. Like in other countries, there is a lot of tourism going around caves for those people who want even to do whatever they want to do with the caves. So I think we need to document all this that happens with us. And for example, even going through the Bunyoro sub-region, we have some of the things to do with our history. For example, just last week, we celebrated 100 years after the death of King Kabalega. We could put up things like the monument of Kabalega in one of the areas, and this could be part of the attractions in this country. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Yeah, colleagues, under what rule? Okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we are talking about unique features that attract a lot of tourism in this country.
Honorable colleague.
Right Honorable.
Please, I want discipline in this house. And you're a lawyer? Yeah,
Yes.
Rule 84 is an parliamentary language. So I want your submission to be on that. So if you're not sure of a rule, just be honest to me. But when you say, yeah, you get it? So colleagues, I really want this to be orderly, okay? If you're not sure about a rule, please let me know, okay? So, Honorable Tim Giwi.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. May I first, I would like to thank the Minister of Tourism for constructing a good road for us from Masindi to Karuma. A very good work, which will actually promote tourism along Machishol Falls National Park. But Right Honorable Speaker, I mainly wanted to talk about Uganda Tourism Board. I think actually the way we are focusing our channel in terms of marketing Uganda's tourism, it is something we need to actually look at again. Our neighbors here in Rwanda actually charge gorilla permits $1,400 per gorilla permit. In Uganda, we charge half the price at $700 US. But despite of that, actually Rwanda gets more tourists visiting their gorillas at a higher price of $1,400. Whereas us in Uganda, we actually have 12 gorilla families which can be visited. But in Rwanda, the same is not the same. So I'm actually thinking that the approach that Uganda Tourism Board is actually taking in marketing our tourist site must actually improve. We need to increase more funding. As a parliament, we actually do need to increase funding for marketing for Uganda Tourism Board. Rwanda is doing that, and actually they are reaping the prize of actually putting more money in promoting their country's tourism. In Uganda, that has failed. The second point I wanted to highlight is the non-tax revenue that is being collected by Uganda Tourism Board and also Uganda Wildlife Education Center. They have actually collected a lot of money, and right now, maybe that money will be used in other entities. I actually think that it is rightly so that entities which collect more money through NTRs, the money should be utilized within those entities in order to cover some of the shortfalls. All right.
Thank you. Honorable Minister for Trade. We are on your sector and you've had members' issues. What's your comment? Honorable Minister for Tourism, as the one of trade, consults with the chair. Colleagues, I'm going to allow you on other, because you see we have agriculture. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I also want to add my voice to thank the committee for the report, but also to thank you in a special way, Right Honorable, because when we had challenges of funding, when our budget had been reduced by over 100 billion shillings, you came in and supported us. And so did the Committee of Tourism and Trade. So I want to thank them. Members have raised a number of issues. Then maybe I'll respond to a few and then conclude. Right Honorable members, Right Honorable Speaker and members, it is true human-wildlife conflict is a big problem. We've come to this house before. We've presented to you what it takes for us to put an end to this problem once and for all. Unfortunately, even the trenching that we looked at as one of the solutions is not as effective. But just to disagree with some member, the electric fence is effective, but it's quite costly. And that's why we are implementing it in phases. And according to the ministerial policy statement that we've presented, we've showed you that we shall be doing 57 kilometers in Queen, and 47 kilometers in Queen and 47 kilometers in Maction Falls. But of course, we shall not have worked on all the parks. So it's a challenge. If we had the financing, we'd do it. And we agree that prevention is better because we don't even have enough resources to do the compensation. If you were to compensate 7,000 people, because the amount of money, for instance, if I just give you a simple scenario, if you look at the Uganda Wildlife Act that you passed in 2019, that only appropriates 2% of our gate collections to compensation. Now, if you look at what we have left now, we have around slightly less than 2 billion. Because of COVID, we're not collecting enough money. So we have around 2 billion to compensate around 7,000 claimants, both death, treatment, and it is little money. But the act also says that Parliament can appropriate money to support this cause, but still it would be too much. And like the Speaker said, we wouldn't wish to continue compensating because the problem keeps getting out of hand. The best way forward would be for us to fence. The fence is effective. But we'll continue, of course, asking Parliament to support us. And I think the executive is where we can, we'll continue extending the fence. Now, on a number of issues that were raised to do with the monkeys a number of issues that were raised to do with monkeys. Right Honorable Speaker, and we've said it on the floor of this house, that in most districts we have what we call vermin officers that we train, that usually deal with these animals. And the cows, if you actually don't even need to come, we only come in if the problem is too big and they need our support. But most of the districts have these officers that would put these animals, they know how to deal with them in case they are called into place. Now, my brother from the Elgon region, it's true, we went to Elgon together and visited the communities around the parks. And I remember we agreed the issues of the boundaries, because quite a number of people thought that because of the act then, we all agree now, the 2019 act does not allow for degazettement currently. But there are some areas where people had already settled, and we went and had a discussion with them that as much as we cannot come to Parliament now to request for degazation, but recognize the fact that you're already on that land in some areas where we erroneously took some land from areas and considered it under the protected area of Mount Elgon. We agreed that we are not in contention. The people can stay on this land.
Honorable Minister, we are on matters which have an impact on the budget. Respond on matters that are rated financial. Those of policy nature, kind of we shall do.
Thank you. I was just trying to respond to all issues, but now let me just focus on what you've said. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, if you look at, and I want to thank the chair of the committee for the report. It's unfortunate that we've just gotten a copy of this report now as it's being presented. I understand the challenges and probably would have wanted to engage more with the committee and see if, because a few issues that we may not have agreed on that the committee came up with. For instance, the reallocation from the 40 billion of the development budget to other activities where you have cut off around 17 billion. And in the committee report, they clearly show that the Ministry of Tourism, out of the 26 billion that they had as a recurrent budget for this financial year, they're only getting 4 billion in the next financial year. So you'll have a deficit of around 21 billion. And we're intending to reduce off the 40 billion of development to cover up a gap in the recurrent. So now when you take away the 17 billion and we've not harmonized together with you as a committee, then it becomes a challenge for us going forward. So I think that's the only area where we see a problem. I think that the development of the source of the Nile, because what we are saying is we have so many products as a country, but I think there are those flagship products that we cannot, that we've been advocating to develop over a period of time. And now that we've gotten funding, I beg that we use this opportunity to reducing money from the source of the Nile, for instance, to do a fence maybe no work, to us wouldn't be the best priority. I think it's important that we source, because we are the only country in the whole world with the source of the Nile. So it's important that we develop these issues.
Thank you.
So I beg your indulgence, Chair. I don't know how we move forward, but for us, our prayer is that the 40 billion stays intact, that some money is reallocated to the recurrent budget that was reduced than reallocating this money.
Thank you. That's noted. Terego had a procedural matter. Terego?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I move under Rule 70C. Right Honorable Speaker, we have a big investment, or what would bring a lot of money to West Nile, that is the white rhinos. Right Honorable Speaker, we have moved as West Nile on the floor of Parliament about taking back these white rhinos where they can multiply and bring tourism in that part of the region. But in the budget, Honorable Speaker, this has not been captured. Wouldn't this have been procedural right so that we have these white rhinos back in West Nile? Thank you.
Honorable Minister, do you have anything you want to say on that?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the member for the concern.
Hello?
I think if you look at the recommendation in their document, they said that the ceiling of OA should be lifted from the 106 billion so that they can be allowed to use the 33 billion that they already have collected. But subsequently, it will also move it to 140 billion. And if that is done, if Parliament grants that, we shall have some money to start the process of the relocation of the rhino to most of the protected areas.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, I'm sorry I'm going to be hard. There are opportunities where I become flexible, especially with procedure. Okay? But there is a time I want us to move and procedure keeps holding us back. So procedure is provided for under Rule 78, sub Rule 4. Procedure has to do with a member being on the floor and he or she breaks a certain rule. Okay? It is to do with a member on the floor. If there is no one on the floor, you can't stand up under procedure. And that member holding the floor must violate or break a certain rule. That's what a procedure provides for. But I'm usually flexible when we have time. But like now, when we are in a session of MPS, I try to be a bit more strict. So you would have to bear with me if we had finished this one. Okay? Chair, have you need someone cross-check with Chair whether you've indeed reconciled on figures? Because I can't put a question until we reconcile on figures, which was raised by Honorable Herbert Kashonji. Honorable Minister for Trade.
Thank you. one of the issues raised by members is access of capital. UDB still has high interest rates, and by the very fact that they get the money from the Bank of Uganda, and that is what they plead that it is, unless the interest rates at the UDB are lowered down, there will be a very difficult time for companies businesses that operate in Uganda to get cheap capital. Another one is the cost of electricity, instability of power, and also distribution of power throughout the country. That is one of the problems that we have, and the Minister of Energy is responsible for that. Telecommunication is another harm as the cost of doing business. At the same time, there is the UNBS, which was talked over. UNBS needs to be given more money for the sake of having more staff to be able to visit the different factories in the country, other than a few people roaming in the streets trying to find out the goods which are not suitable for use. And on this point, that's why we are asking for more staff to be able to visit factories at source where goods are being manufactured, see if the manufacturers are following the standards that are set on different products. As to the foreign goods, which I had members raising, the thing is that there is always also smuggling, and which is a very hard thing to stop, and which becomes a police case. But otherwise, we have taken note of the members, and we have tried to address these notes by asking more money for straightening the business in the country.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are always happy to see you. Yes. Honorable Chair. Europe, I had wanted to guide. Yes, I had wanted to guide that where the shadow minister is not a member of the committee, I will give them an opportunity. But where he's a member of the committee, I won't give them an opportunity. And also, since this is a consolidated report of the House, the ROP doesn't need to comment. The shadow minister maybe when he's not a member, because I consider that if there is no minority report, the shadow minister and the opposition has agreed and their issues are incorporated. But ROP maybe wanted to say something.
Well, just to thank the chair and the sector ministries for being very effective. And you see, they were the first to bring a report. To thank them for being effective. But also to say that the opposition statements were incorporated in this report, and we are happy about it.
Thank you.
And finally, to say that among the other challenges tourism gets is that once the issue of good governance is not addressed, and there are arbitrary arrests and confusion in town, that also affects tourism. So as it is very important that the government addresses that people don't see you arresting people in town, beating up suspects, and then they refuse to come to Uganda. I thought that should also be mentioned. Thank you very much.
Thank you. He will always find a way. And how do I hope you are going to ask for financing for that? Because we are handling the MPS, we are handling finances now. So in a statement you make here, you conclude with the financing aspect. Honorable Mugora, I missed you. I had wanted you to submit on this, but you're a member of the committee. So Honorable Chair, then we go to agriculture.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate members for the debate they had on this report. Right Honorable Speaker, just to comment on a few areas of concerns that were raised. On regional centers for work, right, Honorable Speaker, when you look at our report on page 24, it clearly spells out how our work is moving to the different regions. And in the report on page 24, right, Honorable Speaker, you could see the list of regional proposed offices for work, establishments for work. Mbale has been chosen as the first work regional center that the ministry has taken on it to establish. Then they'll move to other regional centers like Gulu and other areas that are elaborated in the report that I do not want to go to the detail, but it's on page 24 of our report, right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Then on wildlife conflict is well elaborated on page 19 to 20. And right, Honorable Speaker, that is why OA is seeking for Parliament to raise their ceiling so that they are able to meet the cost of electric fence, well detailed on page 21 to 22. But also the committee observed that OA is receiving money from World Bank towards that project. So, right, Honorable Speaker, I think the main issue is to raise the ceiling for OA so that they are able to meet all that the members have talked about, because it is well captured in the report of the committee.
Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, on the figures as were raised on page 10, have been able to harmonize. Right, Honorable. Indeed, when you add them up, it varies, and simply because, right, Honorable Speaker, the committee considered the superior document that was presented to this House in April, that came after the policy statement that was presented in March 15th. So the figures that the colleague is referring to were figures in the policy statement as presented in March 15th, but to appropriate, right, Honorable Speaker, the committee is supposed to consider the presentation of documents in details of the documents that were presented to this House in the draft appropriation figures, which came later in the month of April, right, Honorable Speaker. And it is from these figures that the committee was able to arrive at the mentioned detailed figures under the different votes as I read. So the colleague was cited this, but I want to point it out clearly that those are figures that were presented in the policy statement that were laid on 15th of March, and later on, the figures that were presented in the draft appropriation figure is what the committee used to consider appropriation to these ministries. Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the good work. I think, Honorable Herbert, this is very clear, because you see, the ministerial policy statement comes, and then after they bring draft estimates. So if the committee had gone with the figures in the draft, in the ministerial policy statement, then it would mean that it has not gone with an updated figure. So the updated figure is that one from draft estimates. That's where the inconsistency was. But thanks for bringing it out. Okay. So colleagues, I want to thank you very much for the good work, and I want to congratulate the committee. No, when your chair has spoken and what, we don't add on anything. I now put the question that the report of the Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry on the ministerial policy statement for financial year 2023-2024 be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. Thank you. The ayes have it. I now refer the report to the Committee on Budget for Reconciliation, Harmonization, and Consolidation. And of course, we expect budget to report by statutory deadline is 30 years. But if you could do it earlier, our target is around 27. It will be much better. You got the Committee on Agriculture. Colleagues, we are still here. There is a lot of jam outside. So let's be doing work.
Report of the Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries on the Ministerial Policy Statement for financial year 2023/2024.
Chair,
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to lay on table the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries on the Ministerial Policy Statement and Budget Estimates for the financial year 2023-2024. I beg to lay. I also beg to lay the minutes of the meetings while considering the Ministerial Policy Statement and Budget Estimates for financial year 2023-2024. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, in accordance with the Article 1554 of the Constitution and Rule 1491 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, the Sectoral Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries considered and reviewed policy statements and budget estimates under its mandate. 2.0 on page 4 is about the methodology that the committee used. And I think, honorable colleagues, you can go through that. Right Honorable Speaker, on page 5, we have the scope and the votes under which the committee is reporting. And I don't know whether I should read through them. Vote 010, Ministry of Agriculture. Vote 121, Dairy Development Authority. Vote 125, NAGRIC and DB. Vote 142, NARO. Vote 152, NADS. Vote 155, CDO. Vote 160, Uganda Coffee Development Authority. Vote 601 to 999, local governments. The other contributing votes under agro-industrialization are underlined there. Vote 011, Ministry of Local Government. 015, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. 019, Ministry of Water and Environment. 021, East African Community. 108, National Planning Authority. 122, KCCA. 154, Uganda National Bureau of Standards. Then votes 500, missions abroad. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, agriculture remains the mainstay of Uganda's economy, and the sector employs 68% of the total population. 70% are youth. In the fiscal year 2020-2021, the sector contributed 23.7% of GDP and 31% of export earnings, just below industry at 26.18% and services sector at 43.01%. Right Honorable Speaker, despite all the interventions by government to realize socioeconomic transformation, the sector is still faced with many challenges, the major one being inadequate budget allocations. The limited budget allocation negatively impacts on the sector and affects the country's comparative advantage in the region. This further affects the provision of seeds and seedlings and other inputs to the farmers, which is vital in the improvement of agricultural production and productivity in the country. The sector budget will reduce, therefore, by 7.5%, that is Uganda shillings 88.2 billion in financial year 2023-24 compared to what was approved in financial year 2022-2023. Right Honorable Speaker,
on page 8, table 2. On page 8, table 2, the table talks about the sector budget performance and budget allocation for financial year 2023-2024. The estimates government of Uganda total amount is 680.14 billion. Then the total government of Uganda plus external financing is 1,709 billion.33. By the end of quarter 2, only 365.2 billion had been spent, representing an absorption of 31.3%, way below the ideal 50% at half year. As I said earlier, the sector will reduce by 7.5% in financial year 2023-2024. The non-wage component will reduce by 62.8 billion or 28.7%, while government of Uganda development will reduce by 78 billion. That is equivalent to 21.2%. Much as the total government funds will reduce by 14%, the external financing of the sector will grow by 5.9, equivalent of 22.4 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, table 2 talks about the sector budget performance and budget allocations for financial year 2023-2024. I repeated, I'm sorry. Sorry, Right Honorable Speaker, I meant table 3. Table 3 talks about the budget overview of VOT 010, Ministry of Agriculture. This is just a comparison for the budget for financial year 2022-2023 and 2023-2024. The overall budget will grow by 5.2% to Uganda shillings 593.53 billion in financial year 2023-2024, as compared to Uganda shillings 564.39 billion that was approved in financial year 2022-2023. This is mainly attributed to a 5.9% rise in the external financing component of the vote. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, table 4 talks about vote budget allocation by sub-programs, and the sub-programs are lined up there. And when you look at the sub-programs, the sub-program on animal resources has only a share of 5.4%, and that of fisheries resources has only 4.0%. Agricultural infrastructure and mechanization development has 25.7% of the share, and the crop resources 46.1%. Right Honorable Speaker, during financial year 2023-2024, 46% of the votes budget will be allocated to crop resources, followed by agricultural infrastructure and mechanization development with the 26% of the budget. Right Honorable Speaker, table 5 to table 9 on pages 12 to 22 talks about budget overview for the different votes of the program. I think, honorable colleagues, you will look through them due to lack of time.
I will not concentrate on that. Right Honorable Speaker, I request to go through to the observations and recommendations by the committee, which starts from page 22. On vote 010, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, the committee observes with great concern that the country has no clear food security strategy and policy. The country has adopted ad hoc methods of handling anger-related crises whenever they erupt. In the financial year 2022-2023 alone, Cabinet approved 350 billion following the recent famine. MAIF and other agencies such as NAGRIC, NARO, NEC, UPDF, veterans, prisons were asked to use their available budget to produce food and animal feeds for the country. But up to now, government has not refunded the budget, hence affecting the respective agencies' implementation of the planned activities as per the approved budget and as per the mandate of the different entities that I have mentioned. The committee recommends as follows: that Uganda shillings 110.21 billion be provided as supplementary or additional funds to refund the agencies that use their own budget to implement 2022-2023 food security intervention. The committee also recommends that 150 billion that was approved by Cabinet be provided to fund large-scale farmers across the country who are already profiled by Ministry of Agriculture. By the time Cabinet took this decision, the season was already off for the large-scale farmers to be on board. The committee also recommends that government should develop a comprehensive, clear food and animal feed security strategy, regulations, and policy to guide implementation in an event of famine, crisis, or any other calamities to avoid ad hoc way the issue is being handled. The committee further recommends 400 billion be provided annually for the next 2 years for food security and related interventions, that is food production silos, food reserves and stocks. And that is where we fall back to whenever we are hit by famine. On parish development model, MAIF is responsible for Pillar 1. However, the committee notes that with the concern that no funds have been provided in financial year 2023-2024 budget to enable MAIF handle this mandate. The committee therefore recommends that 5 billion be provided to facilitate policy and guidelines on enterprise selection, value addition, and market linkages for all agricultural produce. On duplication of activities, the committee observes that some of MAIF planned deliverables for financial year 2023-2024 are best delivered by other agencies. For example, the distribution of 2,945 goats at a cost of 2.8 billion, purchase and distribution of cashew nut seedlings to a tune of 1.8 billion, and Uganda shillings 7.2 billion support to government agencies and private seedling multipliers in the production of seed, stocking and planting material under a PPP arrangement. The committee notes that these activities can be managed by nuts like any other priority crops like macadamia as avocado. The committee therefore recommends as follows: that 2.8 billion meant for the distribution of goats, 1.8 billion for the supply of cashew nuts, and 7.
Switch on, Honorable Chair. There is a part from 7.2.
and 7.2 billion for seed, stocking and planting material be transferred from vote 010 MAIF to vote 152 NADS for effective management. The committee also recommends that government prioritizes provision of priority crops like cashew nuts, macadamia, and nuts avocado to cattle corridors and northeastern part of the country. On affirmative action for northeastern Uganda, the committee notes that northeastern Uganda region needs affirmative action to address persistent food insecurity, famine, and drought, which has been experienced year in, year out, given that most agriculture sector agencies are either very thin or not there in the region. For example, the DDA Nagrik in an area like Karamoja, which has the largest number of cattle, doesn't exist. In West Nile, is characterized by poor quality livestock breeds that call for urgent improvement, and there is existence of underutilized government ranch in Nwoya, that is Gotapoyo, that has great potential for improved livestock breeding and production in the region. After making this observation, the committee recommends that 10 billion be provided to facilitate the revamping of the Karamoja Ranch by Nagrik and DB. The committee also recommends that 10 billion required for revamping Gotapoyo Ranch in Nwoya district be provided. The committee further recommends 5 billion be provided to DDA for milk collection centers in Karamoja. The committee recommends 4 billion be provided to MAIF for mechanization centers in West Nile and Karamoja to manage and maintain a significant number of tractors in those sub-regions. On agricultural extension services, the committee observes that the immense reduction of extension services budget from 245.493 billion in financial year 2022-2023 to Uganda shillings 14191 billion in 2023-2024, only covering the wage component. This implies that extension workers will only be paid salaries with no tools or funds to operate. Out of the required 9,275 extension workers, only 4,031 are available and face challenges of lack of transport, inadequate training, among others, while they lack performance indicators to measure the performance. The committee recommends that Uganda shillings 103.59 billion that has been removed from the district local government production services to support extension services be provided to reinstate the allocation to the current level. The committee recommends 13 billion be provided to facilitate tooling and retooling of the district extension workers with iPads, computers, motorcycles, and motor vehicles. The committee also recommends that funds required for wage and recruitment of 5,244 extension workers to fill the gaps countrywide be provided. On water for production, the committee notes with concern the continuous absence of an irrigation master plan to guide planned investment in water for agricultural production. The committee was informed that the Ministry of Water and Environment is in a process of acquiring a consultant for this activity. The committee recommends that MAIF takes lead in the development of the master plan and works with the Ministry of Water and Environment to ensure that a comprehensive plan capturing all components of irrigation is in place before the next budget. On irrigation infrastructure, the committee notes with concern that irrigation is one of the budget priorities in financial year 2023-2024 to mitigate climate change effects of food production, but has limited budget. However, MAIF intends to acquire and provide irrigation technologies and equipment using solar and other energy sources for distribution, pumping, supply, and operationalization of the developed water infrastructure
and facilities for all year production for small, medium, and large scale farmers. The committee recommends 25 billion that is required to facilitate affordable irrigation systems be provided. On mechanization centers, the committee recommends that government provides the required 20 billion for completion and operationalization of the regional mechanization centers. The committee also recommends that Ministry of Agriculture fast tracks the establishment of the regional mechanization centers to promote equitable mechanization of the country. On the procurement of tractors, storage, and validation facilities, in a bid to promote mechanization and commercial farming, MAIF plans to procure 400 tractors with its implements and accessories. Additionally, it also plans to procure 1,000 working tractors and implements for supporting farmers for production. MAIF needs 50 billion for this activity. The committee recommends that government provides 20 billion required for tractors, 15 billion for storage facilities, and 15 billion for validation facilities at regional level. The committee also recommends that MAIF develops proper distribution mechanism for all the equipment acquired to ensure equity. I now go to vote 121, Dairy Development Authority. The first one is funds for rehabilitation of Mbale Milk Factory. The committee observes that in financial year 2022-2023, 6 billion was provided by Parliament to facilitate phase 1 renovation of the Mbale Milk Factory, but this money has not been released. The milk factory will incentivize milk production and marketing in northern and eastern Uganda and contribute to at least 20% of the national milk production. The committee recommends 6 billion be provided to cater for renovation of the factory, to provide market and facilitate milk production in the region. On the dairy value chain development, the committee notes that the authority does not have funds for physical planning, BOQs, and architectural plan that is required for approval of the 68.5 billion dairy validation and marketing project. That includes upgrading of Entebbe Dairy Training School into an East African Dairy Training and Incubation Center. The second one is extending specialized dairy interventions to Karamoja and West Nile regions through the creation of regional offices and support commercial dairy farming. The committee recommends that 0.31 billion be reallocated from travel inland under that vote for the activity on physical plan, BOQs, and architectural plan required for the approval of the project. The committee also recommends 12.4 billion be provided for rehabilitation and equipping milk centers across the country to meet the demand for the Algerian market. On milk standards for the emerging markets, the committee observes that the newly negotiated market of Uganda's products to Algeria is worth $500 million. The committee therefore recommends that 2.6 billion be provided to facilitate activities towards completely securing the Algerian milk market. On school milk program, Dairy Development Authority, in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and Sports and SNV, plans to roll out the milk program in its historical attempt to boost local per capita consumption, improve child nutrition,
stabilize domestic milk prices, and widen the milk market. The program was piloted in southwestern milk shed in Uganda, and it was very successful. DDA requires 4 billion to roll out countrywide.
Honorable, we shall not be going into such a detail. Otherwise, we sleep here.
The committee recommends that 4 billion be provided for the program to roll out milk program. Feasibility study for Gulu and Soroti milk processing factories requires 1.2 billion. The committee recommends that the 1.2 billion be provided. Vote 121, Nagrik. On poultry and fisheries, fish hatcheries.
Vote.
The committee recommends.
Honorable Chair, so vote 125.
Vote 125, National Animal Genetic Resource Center and Data Bank. Community breeding program. And the item is poultry and fish hatcheries. The committee recommends that 2.7 billion for poultry hatcheries that was started in Wakiso, Bukedi, and Karamoja be provided. And also that 8 billion for fish hatcheries be repurposed from that item 312129, which is captured under other buildings, be repurposed for fisheries. The committee also observes that for sustainability, accessibility, and affordability of community fishing and poultry breeding, there is need to establish corresponding fish and poultry feed factories, and this requires 20 billion. The committee recommends that 20 billion be repurposed from community breeding budget to establish a community fish factory. The committee also recommends reallocation of 15 billion towards structures and allocates it to NARO for agro-engineering solutions. That is for making equipments for value addition to our products. Vote 142, NARO. The committee notes that NARO's research has over time concentrated on genetics and less has been invested in value addition technologies that can provide solutions for production, processing, food, and nutrition security. The committee recommends that 15 billion be reallocated from vote 121, Nagrik and DB, to vote 142, NARO, for this purpose. On conservation of indigenous genes, the committee recommends that NARO invest in deliberate efforts to conserve indigenous genes through establishment of dedicated genetic bank for plants and animal genes. The committee also recommends that NARO takes interest in GMO-related activities in the country to avert any unregulated consequences. On interagency wrangles, that is common to NARO, the committee recommends that an interagency committee be instituted to resolve these wrangles and expedite the process of resolving the conflict to pave way for government programs. Anti-tick vaccines. The committee notes that NARO is in the final stages to roll out the anti-tick vaccine. The vaccine trials shall be concluded in the next 6 months, and they are being tried in some of the NARO centers. The committee recommends that 16 billion be repurposed to ZADIs. We realize that ZADIs depend on the headquarters. Sometimes they are bogged down. That is why the committee recommends that for the 16 ZADIs, 1 billion be sent to each ZADI to facilitate research. On sunflower and research and seed production for import substitution, the committee recommends 15 billion be provided to Serere ZADI, that is specialized in producing and multiplying sunflower seeds. On multiplication and delivery of technologies for food and nutrition security at Nabuin, the committee recommends 10 billion be provided
to multiply and deliver technologies for food and nutrition security. Vote 151, NADS. The committee now observes that the vote has experienced significant budget cuts in financial year 2023-2024, losing 23.45 billion in total. The committee recommends as follows: that 58.6 billion be reinstated to enable the vote consolidate its current achievements. The committee also recommends that 44 billion be provided to supply beans and maize seeds to address food security as the PDM gets fully operational. The committee further recommends 10 billion be reallocated from vote 010, MAIF, for related items to vote 152, NADS, as follows: 3.2 billion for avocado, 4 billion for cashew nuts, 2.8 billion for procurement and supply of goods. 20 billion be provided to purchase and distribute wholes to the remaining districts that have not received them. On duplication of activities, the committee recommends that 3 billion meant for the provision of milk coolers under vote 152 NADS be reallocated to vote 121 DDA, which is a mandated agency for effective provision of the milk coolers. The committee observed that following a cabinet directive on tea seedlings, special intervention to evacuate tea and coffee seedlings from nurseries, NAD supplied tea seedlings to a tune of 61.09 billion. For farmers in 6 district local governments, Mitoma, Mbubueju, Bushenyi Shema, Rukungiri, and Kanungu, no funds have been provided in the budget to clear these areas. The committee recommends that 61.096 billion be provided to clear these areas. Vote 152, Uganda Cotton Development Organization. The committee recommends 0.163 billion be provided for setting the country's cotton standard and reinstate it to meet its statutory requirement. The committee also recommends 5 billion be provided for farmers' mobilization, seed multiplication, production, and pesticides to farmers. The committee further recommends 2 billion be provided for purchase of hand tractors to open more land for cotton production, especially now that most of the cotton farmers have lost their oxen. Vote 160, Uganda Coffee Development Authority. The committee notes that Uganda Coffee Development Authority closed the financial year 2021 with an outstanding coffee seedlings areas of 15.97 billion. Cabinet took a decision to procure and distribute coffee seedlings to farmers before season B 2022, that is September to December, and ends as an one-off intervention. This resulted in additional 26.3 billion, and the total comes to 42 billion, but no budget has been provided for settlement of these areas. The committee recommends that 42 billion be provided in the budget for financial year 2023-2024 to settle all the outstanding areas. On construction of coffee analytical laboratories, Coffee Development Authority plans to contract a central coffee quality certification laboratory in Kampala to handle the bulk of exports by exporters based in Kampala, Wakiso, and those other districts. Additional 2 regional laboratories will be constructed in Kasese and Mbale to support and serve exporters in the areas of Arabica coffee growing. This activity requires 10.2 billion, and the committee recommends that this money be provided. On coffee research, the committee observed that there's limited funds for coffee research to develop coffee varieties that are high-yielding, disease and drought resistant, and this activity requires 4.5 billion. The committee recommends that this money be provided to UCDA for coffee research. Coffee value addition, The committee recommends that government reallocate 37 billion from science, technology, and innovation to UCDA to ensure efficiency and accountability for the utilization of funds. The next pages, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, are key unfunded and underfunded priorities, which I won't go to the details. You'll study them for yourself, honorable colleagues. I now go to page 38. The supplies table for financial year 2023-2024. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, based on the aforementioned observations and recommendations, the committee recommends that the House approves the budget of the votes under its jurisdiction as follows. Vote 010, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. The total allocation is 583,130,878. Vote 121, Dairy Development Authority, 16,676,013,100. Vote 125, National Agriculture Genetic Resource Center and Data Bank. Total allocation of 64,775,124,684. Vote 142, National Agriculture Research Organization. Total allocation of 188,487,209,273. Vote 152, NAD Secretariat. Total allocation of 41,611,610,000. Vote 155, Uganda Cotton Development Organization. Total allocation of 5,370,758,396. Vote 160, Uganda Coffee Development Authority. Total allocation of 44,756,429,653. Vote 601-999, local governments. Total allocation of 141,905,532,140, giving a total of 1,080,115,808,124. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, committee members, for the good work, processing 8 votes in time. You know, this is really impressive. Colleagues, I open up. Honorable Cicero, go ahead.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for recognizing me. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm rising. Before I make a contribution, I would like to find out, Right Honorable Speaker, if there are ways that these rules, the rules that we follow in guiding the House, can be applied selectively. I've been looking at the rules. We could start from 50, then 112, and specifically, I want to make a comment on 114. Right Honorable Speaker, in Rule 1141, it says for any ministry the minister or at least the minister of state shall attend sitting of the house, and where none of them is able to attend, the minister shall request another minister to represent that ministry's interest in the house and notify the speaker accordingly. Right Honorable Speaker, the Chair of Agriculture has given us a very, very good report. And I'm really very impressed with what this lady chairman can do for this country. She has been able to open our eyes to so many areas, Right Honorable Speaker, that some of us probably don't focus seriously because that's not our sector. But for a person like me, who has been reading a lot, I'm wondering whether the report we have received today complies with the African Charter and the other charters on agriculture as the pillar of agriculture, not only in Uganda, but in the region and AU. So I would like the chair of the budget, who is busy talking to the minister, they should have talked earlier. I would like to know from the chair whether we have complied with the 15% of our budget allocation to the sector, to the agricultural sector. I would like to know. I know you have talked about 1 trillion something, but how do you compute that in terms of the percentage of the total budget? I would like to be comforted on that. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm concerned about the presence of ministers, because whatever we do is only agriculture that touches every voter in this country. It is either through farming like me, I do, using the hoe, or those who are lazy to hold the hoe, they carry the cows around the field, or those who cannot carry the cows, they carry the goats. So that's how we survive. So Right Honorable Speaker, if the ministers are too busy, we should probably revise our rules. And Right Honorable Speaker, I'm saying this with a lot of concern in my heart, because we do, the president normally appoint ministers, but they send their names to us to scrutinize and approve. I am, in my conscience, I did scrutinize almost everybody that was sent to us by the president. And I was very sure that the ministers appointed who do the work for this country. Now, if every day, Right Honorable Speaker, you are lamenting that the attendance of the ministers in parliament is poor, can we revise our rules, please? Because otherwise, it will look as if we are just using the rules, maybe just for a show, but we don't respect it. But if we respect it, all ministers who cannot come must write to the speaker so that we know that they are engaged elsewhere. Right Honorable Speaker, going back to the report, I want to conclude by saying that I'm happy that the Ministry of Agriculture has decided to revise and to increase production of cotton. But even before we go to the production sector of production side of cotton, can we look at the liens that are now piling up in the country? Can you help us market the liens? Can you help us? Right, Honorable Speaker.
I need to conclude, Honorable. I need
Yes,
other
I'm
members.
concluding, Right, Honorable Speaker.
I have members who have been here for long.
Speaker, the problem I have is that I'm a farmer and a very passionate farmer. So when I decide to talk about agriculture, sometimes I get lost. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg through you to appreciate the committee for recommending that we increase the production of cotton, which is so dear to my heart, and also to ensure that we look at the backlog that we now have in the export of our lint, so that we move together with the rest of the country. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Cecilia Ogwara started raising the issue of ministers being present. tomorrow at 10, the chief whip, I need to table, today on table, the schedule for ministers, because not all of them can be here. But at least we need that schedule to go on table, to be laid on table, and I share with you colleagues, so that we know from this ministry, the minister schedule to be here today at least is this one. Honorable Ramrama was here earlier on. I think he disappeared a little, and now he came back. Yes. No, Honorable Minister, you can't be in the road when they are presenting your ministerial policy statement. That's not setting a good precedent. So, but I'm happy you came back, okay? Because I had received very many queries here. We don't have a minister, we don't have a minister. So it's very, very important. And I know this is a sector you know very, very well. Now, colleagues, another thing, I think if we are handling a ministerial policy statement here, and the minister is not here, what we can do is to make here a very clear recommendation to the budget committee that on what they are asking as unfunded priorities and they want our support, we don't give anything. Because if ministers feel they don't need to come here, but we shall do for them everything they want, okay? Even when they are not here, we add them 100 billion through reallocation. Yeah? So why would they come? So I think but it's not anchored in the rules, but it can be our own strategy as we think of more, measures of handling. But another thing is really when we come to attend the house, let us sit here and do business. People who have been quarreling that I don't pick them, they are nowhere. And I know some, I can even mention names. Some have just come. I think they moved out and found the jam was too much from wherever they were coming from. You get it? So, yeah, so honorable colleagues, let me open up. Let's do 2 minutes. And then let me start from here. Then I come here. Okay? Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, but Paparo, I haven't even. Paparo, I haven't picked you, my sister. So, okay, you're going to be number 1, followed by Boeju, followed by Chiruhura. Then I go to Achibu, I go to Joel. I'm going to ensure we do a quick round. We can do 1 hour, but we do a quick round. And if you have spoken today, please don't stand up. If you know you've already submitted.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee chairperson for the work well done and the committee members. I want to echo my voice on the area of Pillar 1 of PDM, where there's no allocation for storage, production, and processing. We're already giving farmers monies under PDM to start production. And if we cannot have a link and have allocation for value addition and marketing, then we'll be wasting our time. I pray that there's an allocation for Pillar 1 of PDM so that there's a link between production and marketing. I want to applaud the committee for the allocation for mechanization. In West Nile, if we use a tractor to open land, we spend up to 180,000 per acre because the tractors are very few in the area. I pray that this allocation for mechanization, especially for the tractors, the allocations are well done so that that area can have tractors and the element of mechanization is improved. And in that way, we shall increase production. The element of recruitment of the extension workers is very key with the PDM, where we're focusing on monies at Paris levels to increase production. And without extension workers, of course, farming will be challenged and production will not be achieved. I thank you.
Thank you. Boeju?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to look at the votes 125 and vote 142. That is about the research.
the monies have dropped so much. There are so much budget cuts. And I think it is this time that we should be funding research if we are going to compete at the national, if we want to our products compete with the other countries, we must invest in research. So I would want to ask that at least let these votes be funded and given more money. Right, Honorable Speaker, I also want to look at value addition. We have not seen much in this budget, the money for value addition. It is very sad that Uganda has put in some monies. For example, I want to talk about the Bweju, the tea growers. We grow tea, and government has put in so much money to give the farmers seedlings, but they don't think about after the tea has grown, because we don't have enough factories, and the small factories that we have there cannot sustain the green leaf. So I think government also should look at value addition, and if we are going to achieve in what we are investing in.
Chirhura.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the committee for the report, and it is very good. Right Honorable Speaker, the chairperson commented about water for production. Right Honorable Speaker, in my district, we have those old dams that were dug some time back by one called Dumurumba. They are existing in different parts of the district, and they need to be deserted. We need to desert those dams. Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to know whether in the water for production, if deserting those dams is included. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is on foot and mouth disease. We have been facing problems in that. Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to know whether the committee considered vaccinating cows or routine vaccination for our cows. This affects all the cattle corridor. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Achieve Agnes, then Joel.
Thank you very much, the Speaker. First of all, I want to add my voice to other members for thanking the chairperson for this committee. Right Honorable Speaker, one of the submissions made by the chairperson that really has impressed me was the issue of farmers who distributed seedlings in West Nile region and they have never been paid. They distributed seedlings for coffee. And when she was trying to read the names of the farmers in different regions, West Nile people, especially people from Nebi district and Zumbu district, was not made a mention of. And therefore it is my prayer that as we sit here, we include those areas so that the farmers or the seedling producers are paid their arrears. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, I remember very well on seedlings because I was among the people who pushed this matter seriously. And I still have a very strong memory around it. So there is money which was in the budget. We agreed and the minister promised that money was going to be provided. But then nursery bed operators had seedlings which were beyond the money that we had put in the budget. So the minister came and said that those extra seedlings beyond the money which was in the budget, they should supply and be paid in 2 subsequent financial years. This is what was agreed here. So now, I don't want us again, after we had really pushed and then now we say, no, look for all man at once. And yet we made a commitment here and all of you agreed because we have other priorities that are competing. So budget committee can pick that answer and we go by the statement of the minister, which he brought here and we all agreed. If money is available, you can pay. But if it is money we are going to be reallocating, then it might be difficult, yet we agreed that it should be paid in 2 subsequent financial years. But these people get the seedlings out of the nursery bed. So I felt that information is needed for us to take note as we push. Joel Leku.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
After I will allow Honourable Max Ochai, reason being, the time he spoke, I'm the one who provoked him. There is information I wanted from him because he's a budgeting expert. So it wasn't his time to speak. So I will allow him. I saw him standing and then sitting down again.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to re-echo the issue of cotton. The budget that has been read by the chairperson says that 5.37 been allocated to the cotton sector. But it did not indicate clearly revamping the deaneries across the country. We have deaneries, especially one in West Nile, that's in Rhino Camp, which is one in Pakwach also, which is Mado Kolo. This has been an abandoned deanery for more than 20 years. And the farmers who used to grow the cotton and sell, they actually abandoned it. And that means loss of revenue to the families and then to the government themselves. And now we are moving towards a Bubu, which says buy Uganda, build Uganda. And there are factories, textile factories, which have now come into the country. And these need raw materials, which supposed to come from these farmers. And what the chair has read clearly did not indicate how we are going to revamp these deaneries. Can the chair clearly tell the parliament how deaneries are going to be revamped in this country? Thank you.
Honorable, that's a very difficult question. The stage we are on now, we are talking about money. Here we can't go to policy, we can't go back on research. We are on the stage of saying the deaneries are not funded. They need this much. You encourage the House to look for that money. That's number one. Number two, any item at this stage of budgeting, and the budgeting process is one of the processes I would want you to go back to the Hansards, you go to the rules and you see. We are only limited to items that are captured in the ministerial policy statements, whether funded or unfunded. Because the budget committee cannot introduce a new item outside the priorities. At that stage, the committee can only recommend from activities that are either funded or unfunded, but captured as priorities. So if you know you haven't read through and you have a wild dream about something in your area and you want it captured, I'm sorry, at this stage we cannot. It had to be captured either as unfunded or funded. And then we are able to recommend. Isn't it, Chairman Budget? Otherwise, you would be wasting time making such a recommendation. So let us talk money, not generality. Max Ochai?
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for this opportunity. I find it difficult at this point in time to talk about the allocations without appreciating the economic impact of these injections. Mr. Speaker, sir, according to our rules of procedure, Rule 1462B, the ministerial policy statement was expected to provide us with information on the potential impact of the injections or withdrawals from the economy. I listened to the report, quite comprehensive indeed it is, but then I could not see, I could not notice, I could not detect what the 1 trillion injection through the agricultural sector is going to impact on the economy, particularly as required in the National Development Plan. We expected this injection in the economy to impact on agricultural export over the year, and also to have potential effects over the medium-term period. Could we therefore request the committee to furnish us with that data so that we are able to confirm that actually what we are allocating here will be meaningful to our economy? I thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, at this stage, we are not able, because from here after adopting budget committee. But these are questions which can be asked at budget committee. Because at budget committee, the chair of the committee is representing a sector and is asked justify the budget for your sector. Okay. So colleagues, in picking you now, and please, I want you to comply properly. I know what time you came. I will start with those ones who have been here for long. I've seen it. No, I know you. And if you want me to mention names, I will mention. So I'll first do a round of those ones who have been here with us. They are the most committed. Then these ones who have shown us some love, very late. We shall see how to accommodate you later. And I can see some are still standing up to now. Please, you take your seats. Be disciplined. I know. Edakas. Then Budyebo, and then Kanungu, and the Chirhura. Yes, I know. But even this side, I'm seeing there are some 2 people who have not been here, who came late. Edakas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to add my voice to thank the committee and I guess the technical staff. I have been completely impressed by this report. I wish we had money. I wish we could triple the budget of agriculture. It's only a wish, but I thank the committee for work well done. Mr. Speaker, I would like to continue to implore the House that going forward, maybe not this year, maybe for the following years, that we continue to prioritize agriculture, trade, and tourism. These are the places where we are earning money. So really, for us to continue giving them less than even 1% of our budget. If you look at the Japanese have concentrated in building cars because they have an advantage. So we have an advantage in agriculture, but I see even the way our budget cuts are, the little we are putting cannot give us as much. Sir, on the issue of NADS, I'm glad that the committee is putting some money on NADS. At some point, I think we're saying all money should go to PDM. But the experience 1 year in Kabremaido shows that the local people have understood NADS. And just like Emyoga, they have learned and they have improved. So to see NADS receiving more money is commendable. And I thank the committee for that. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of food security is where I want to add my voice. The climate change is ravaging our country, and we will continue to experience famines. So I think continuing to allocate money to NADS to provide seed, continuing to desilt these dams.
Budyebo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like also to thank the committee for the wonderful report they have presented. But however, the committee has not talked about the irrigation scheme, yet they talked about the water for production. For example, Right Honorable Speaker and the colleagues, this can be used to address the issues of drought in cattle corridor areas, for example, in Nakasongola. And there is also a project in Nakasongola, bulk water supply, which is for domestic. But this project can also be used to at least to serve 2 purposes, even for irrigation, because we are blessed by God that Lake Chog surrounds Nakasongola, Major Lemai constituency. So if the minister take this into consideration, I think the revenue collection from Budievo, it will increase. And not only that, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like the committee to add maybe on tractors, to add some money, or let me amend by moving that we move from 20 billions to 25 billions, because these constituencies in Uganda, majorly in rural areas, need these tractors. For example, my constituency, Budievo, is a very big constituency and with very, very, very good farmers. So these people need tractors, and if they are availed with these tractors in the
Kanungu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to add my voice to thank the Agriculture Committee for the good report. I want to thank them for recommending that tea seedling farmers should be paid their arrears. But we need to internalize issues affecting tea in Uganda. In Kanungu, we have 5 factories of producing tea. I recommend the government to give tea farmers subsidized fertilizer or free fertilizer. If we need to keep these factories running, we need to have a lot of green leaf to be able to sustain our factories. Farmers cannot afford fertilizer because the cost of fertilizer today is very high. And tea brings in Uganda over 90 million US dollars annually. We need to support them so that we can, as for parliament, we need to make tea policy and to make law that can regulate the tea sector in Uganda. We need to formulate the policy and law that can govern the tea trade, because in Uganda, we export 90% of our tea. We consume 3% locally, and 70% it's contract by sale. So when you look at all these numbers and the money the tea sector brings in, and in Kanungu, tea farming employs over 40% of our population in our district. So I recommend the government so that we can support this tea project and coffee, because it's the major cash crop we have in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you. Nyabushozi, and then Apache. Can you get another microphone?
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, many countries have got products where they have got comparative advantage. At least in the whole of East Africa, and if not the whole of African continent, Uganda has a comparative advantage on food production. And so agriculture is central to us. So we should vote money to it. Let me go straight to the report. And I thank the chairperson for a very good report. She talked about water for production. Right Honorable Speaker, it's unfortunate that water for production docket lies under Ministry of Water and does not lie under Ministry of Agriculture. That is a misnomer. It is not lost, we still can do that. You cannot talk about, you cannot vote for irrigation when you do not control water for production. So I think as we go to budget stage, this should be rectified. Otherwise, what are you going to use water to irrigate from? In my constituency, Nyabushozi, and the whole cattle corridor, we have communal water granaries that were constructed long time ago and have gone to waste. They are desilted, they need cleaning, they need desilting. And from there, then you have a base for irrigation. 2, I'm happy that the committee highlights milk for school consumption. This is good, I support it. In fact, I would want that you give it more budget, because it's going to include more domestic consumption, increase on the status of nutrition for our children, and stabilization for our prices. 3, and my last, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee has only highlighted one vaccine, which is anti-tick vaccine. There are several vaccines we must produce for us. We already have signed a $500 million deal for our milk, but we still have a challenge for FMD.
Thank you.
So we need to produce vaccine for FMD, or at least import it to be able to vaccinate our cattle for purposes of our market. I submit.
Honorable, you're a diplomat, but today you hijacked the microphone. No? So let's stick to the 2 minutes. But the issue of water for production, which you're talking about, this is a few challenges we are facing with program-based budgeting. Okay, so at this stage we can't do much about it. It's we need to review the budgeting process for which we've had, whether we can make some few compromises here and there. But now, under program-based budgeting, you can't do much. Honorable Betty Ngora.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the committee for the report that they have presented here. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda is a farming country. I'm happy with putting more money into tractors so that we can up our productivity. Right Honorable Speaker, cattle breeding is a very good thing to do. But for us who come from northern Uganda, we are not seeing this impact. That's why our cattle are of very poor quality. So cattle breeding, I request government to put in more money. Right Honorable Speaker, on agricultural extension workers, I see these workers very thin on the ground, and yet they're very, very important. Can government put more money into these activities, support them, because I know they have challenges. Right Honorable Speaker, it's good we have talked about cotton. Across the country, I only see prisons growing a lot of cotton, but not a lot. I think it is even below capacity. Can government aggressively encourage farmers to grow more cotton? Right Honorable Speaker, this sector of agriculture needs more funding every year so that.
Thank you. Yes, I'll pick no, Chankwanzi. Yes, I'll pick Chankwanzi was here from 2 p.m.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Don't mind, I'll do another round. No worries.
Honorable Speaker, I also take this chance to thank the chairperson and the committee on the good recommendations they made. When I look, I even thank them for including the cattle corridor in the programs. I think they know the problems we go through. When I look at the milk corrections, I want to let the House know that when you look at the corrections we have in cattle corridor of Chankwanzi, Chiboga, and Nakaseke, the production now is very high. Therefore, I request that if there is any chance for more money, we should be getting also a milk factory in that cattle corridor for more production and even saving our milk from getting spoiled, because our production now is high. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Mugore, then I come to Remricha.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I thank the committee for the excellent report. 2 or 3 issues. Number one, we cannot buy all these tractors and plan to buy more without mechanization centers. Whereas the committee recommends 2 of them, I would think all the regions concurrently should have mechanization centers, because you can't have these machines moving without this mechanization center. We need them urgently, and more money should be put forward. And I agree that the reallocation be made to this area. And the other one is on the matter of this parish development model. We cannot, in fact, it will be a fallacy if we do not have the extension workers. Monies have gone into the farmers. If we don't have extension workers working, but they're just being paid only salary without facilities to reach the farmers, then this is a fallacy. PDM will collapse immediately if we don't have these extension workers. Then I think there is need for synergy between the Ministry of Agriculture and that of Water, and again, that of Trade in 2 areas. This water for production. I can tell you, I'm just coming from my constituency, Kabweri. All of the beans they have put in the soil, nobody will get anything because there's been a small spell of drought, and you know, beans, within 2 weeks, you lose everything. We just received water yesterday, and I can tell you that we need this water. So the synergy, even if it is going to come into a supplementary, we need this water for production.
Honorable Remricha.
Thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the chair for that wonderful report. The Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda is a blessed country with our climate. I think it would have been the best in food production for the entire Africa. But the fact is that maybe we are not putting a lot of emphasis on agriculture. For instance, the Right Honorable Speaker, water for production. If you see cattle corridor areas, even if you see this Karamoja they're talking about, people are hungry, whereas there is vast land. If government would concentrate on having water for production, it can be for production both domestic and agriculture. And look at the other countries like Egypt, who are doing agriculture and intensive agriculture. But in Uganda, we are just concentrating on rain-fed agriculture. We're just waiting for seasons. So I think they should do 25 billion. That's not a lot of money. I think more money should be added so that we really concentrate on irrigation. To its tractors, the Right Honorable Speaker, because people are now really, when we want to do agriculture on intensive scale, we need tractors. But since last time, this is my second term, last time we were crying for tractors. Up to now, tractors. So Chair, I don't know what you've provided for tractors, more tractors. We need them so that people do agriculture, both get food and sell.
Amuria.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Then Terego, then Chankwanzi, then Harold, then Jonathan, then Santa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to join the rest of the colleagues in thanking the Chair and the Committee of Agriculture for the elaborate report. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a challenge. In the Constitution, our objective number 12 is about to balanced and equitable development. Right Honorable Speaker, I was listening to the report by the chair talking about coffee seedlings, trees, tea seedlings. I didn't hear anything meant for
Teso sub-region and Karamoja and the other regions. Because if we have to share the national cake, I think we have to each one should have his part. The other issue, Right Honorable Speaker, we are talking about tractors. People are talking here about tractors, but they are keeping quiet. They don't want to raise the issue of distribution of these tractors. I think it needs to be investigated because these tractors seem to be scratch my back, I scratch yours. And they have only gone to the ministers who have something to offer in return to this. So I think an investigation needs to be carried out for these tractors because some people who have no ministers or something to offer will not get these tractors in their districts. So I beg that an investigation be done so that these tractors are distributed equally. Right, Honorable Speaker, I am very happy about NADS. Thank you very much, committee, for reconsidering to put money in NADS because if we don't have NADS, we are bound to have food insecurity. I remember.
Christine, then Terego.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we are here to look at how people are disappointed to participate in agriculture. We are looking out for items and issues that can bring back our people. One of the most disappointing factor is the deteriorating fertility of our soils due to climate change. And so it is very important that this budget incorporates the issue of fertilizer application and especially organic fertilizers. The same applies to enterprise selection. I will not comment about farmers of tea farmers, they are very happy, but we also request that much emphasis is put on enterprises that generate food, especially maize and some of these cereals. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of gene banks coordinated by NARO is very important to safeguard the local varieties that we have. Otherwise, if we don't look at this, the sustainability of our small-scale farmers to participate in agriculture is a serious one. My last contribution is the need for us to establish storage facilities per region, especially based on the enterprises they engage in. This is very important, such that we are able to manage the prices of some of these crops. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of fulfilling the extensionists, you find that one veterinary officer is serving more than 2 sub-counties. And you find that it is very difficult, especially for women, to access these extensions. You have to pay, you have to call on for somebody for over a week, he has not come to you. These are the issues that disappoint people in taking part.
Terego?
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in the same vein, I thank the committee and the chair. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee has alluded to the fact that the cows you get in West Nile are almost like goats, and NADS is going to improve our breed. We are really grateful. We are so thankful. And on irrigation, we applaud you. We want to thank you, and we request that West Nile, we have fertile soils, but our rain period is really short. So if we can have irrigation, we'll be able to provide food for our people. And the hand-driven tractors, we'll really need them in big numbers. Right now, Honorable Speaker, Terego is the biggest producer or has been the biggest producer of tobacco. Yet we did not get a single tractor, meaning we have a lot of vast land. Honestly, on my bended knees as I'm standing, Terego needs to be treated as first priority so that we can mechanize agriculture in this powerful district. I thank you so much.
Mohindo.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And the chair and committee, you've never betrayed us. I want to commend the fact that there is support to NADS. But of course, I remember that if you went to our communities and you're speaking about NADS, They will recall, yes, mango seedlings. They will recall oranges. They will recall bananas. We are now headed to cashew nuts, macadamia, and the Hass avocados. The question is, what are we settling for as a country? I think it is important that we really identify what does best for our people. But also, you rightly mentioned that cashew nuts, macadamia, and Hass avocados are high value crops. And the recommendations was that we really make an investment in the cattle corridor. Some of us who live near and around the cattle corridor, when the dry spell comes in, really you see something next to dust. Every green really dies. I am tempted to think that this is an investment that we will not reap from, because we know that there are high and harsh conditions that wouldn't allow the high yields out of this. Right, Honorable Speaker, I was recently watching the president of one of the countries, I think it is Zimbabwe, who was really telling the whole world that we saw the demand.
Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to start by appreciating the work of the committee and mention that if we need to be serious in this country, agriculture should not be having unfunded priorities. Every activity in the agricultural budget should be funded because everyone accepts it is our backbone and it is the engine to drive all the other factors we are talking about. So by the time the budget committee looks at this report, they should really give due consideration. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we know the kind of land tenure system that we have. Although the effort is to ensure that the commercial farmers are really supported, but we should be dealing with also the transformation from the household, the subsistence agricultural farmers that should transit from the rudimentary methods to the mechanized method. And if you are to do that, you don't just pick them at once and throw them to the higher levels. That's why I want to support the proposals for the smaller agricultural mechanization units. For example, the handheld tractors. We can even talk about the ox plows instead of the hand hoes. Because if you look at the Industrial Revolution in Europe, in 1988, 1989, that's when Europe was using the ox plows at that time, such a long period of time. So we need to catch up with them. 1888, yes, 1888, thank you. On the issue of extension workers, I want to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that given that we have small acreage, and it has been proven that you can have more production per acre, if you do not have access to full-time extension services, then you are bound to fail. Even for the most elite farmers like us who are here, you are going to fail from the onset. So this should be an
Santa?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me join my colleagues in thanking the committee for coming up with a very good report on this very important sector in this country. Mr. Speaker, my first issue is on food security. And I want to thank the committee for reallocation to nuts, because if we see what nuts has been doing before they were constrained by their budget, they were trying and we were really very happy. Oh, I wish, Mr. Speaker, that we give even more money to nuts so that the issue of food security, the beans, and then the maize and others is sorted once and for all. Secondly, I want to mention something about affirmative action, Mr. Speaker. Madam Chairperson talked about northeastern Uganda. I was eagerly waiting to hear Lango sub-region as far as Maruji Ranch is concerned. My colleague from Amura made mention that if it's sharing, let every sub-region at least get something. Finally, Mr. Speaker,
I want to mention something about conservation of indigenous genes, Mr. Speaker. They improve seeds, they improve genes. We are facing a number of problems. For example, the crops. You plant only once, the second time they cannot be planted. And now it leaves the farmers really very, very stranded. So I wanted, the committee recommended that the NARO should interest in itself and have a deliberate effort to conserve the indigenous genes. But I thought the committee should look for money to put in these very important indigenous genes and even crops, so that our farmers are not left.
Seungu. Then,
thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I also want to thank the committee, and I'm happy the minister is around. But Honourable Speaker, I remember teaching SST, and there's types of mountains: active volcano, dormant, and dead volcano. We need to answer these questions, members. Honourable Speaker, Minister of Agriculture has money. We are allocating money. But in their own report, you hear the PDM funds are not under their control. Are they an active volcano or a dead volcano? Let us look at agriculture. As we allocate funds, let the Minister of Agriculture have control over all the funds we are allocating to them. But there's a gentleman, somebody in Kapeka, when it comes with the creation, the funds from agriculture pulled out. They got that gentleman to run them politically. But the expertise is in these people. We are lucky. The Minister of Agriculture and others are people who worked with Obote. They know Obote's government, how it worked, and how it ran agriculture. Are we really running agriculture in the actual sense? UPC can tell us. Honourable Speaker, these people, we are giving money, but they are going to remain with skeletons. All the funds that run agriculture are run politically. If you read the report carefully, we see where the funds are going to be taken. They are going to go into political issues from the Kapeka General and all that. Me, I would pray, if we want to make agriculture stronger, people to achieve, let it be run under Ministry of Agriculture. All the funds that they're going to remain with will be unfunded priorities. But where there is tangible performance, that funds will work. If you talk about PDM, it's at parish level. Students have run out of universities because of not having fees. Their parents can only manage if they have fruitful agriculture to sell their agricultural products and get money. But at the end of the day, we shall see.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker, the sector we are talking about is very critical to our economy, given its contribution to development and growth. The sector intends to increase household incomes from agro-industry, mainly through increased commercialization, competitiveness of agricultural production, and agro-processing. Right Honourable Speaker, irrespective of our productivity, irrespective of our level of the production, that is the volumes of the product that we shall produce as a country, if we want to remain competitive, especially in the national market, Right Honourable Speaker, we must invest massively on post-harvest handling and storage, and two, increase processing capacities and value addition. I am saying this because over time, Right Honourable Speaker, our products suffered rejections across borders. There are so many cases on record. You remember the case of aflatoxins in our products. You remember our pineapples and avocados that were rejected from the UK markets. So I think it is time that the sector massively invest on post-harvest handling and storage, then value addition while processing, increasing processing capacities. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to take the opportunity to appreciate the chair for the committee for the great report. Right Honourable Speaker, it is important to note, like she said, that agriculture is the backbone of our country. But it's also very unfortunate that even though many of our people are in the sector of agriculture, we still face food insecurity, implying that as a country we've not given priority to that sector so that we can produce enough food for ourselves and also for our neighbors. Given the fact that we have fertile soils as compared to other countries, we have fresh
water bodies which we can utilize. Like me, as I speak, I come from Namayingo, where we are surrounded by Lake Victoria, but we do not have irrigation schemes in the area. So I want to call upon the sector or the committee to put more money in irrigation, more so people who are surrounded with the fresh water which we can utilize for production, so that even if it is during a dry spell, those regions around the water bodies can be in position to produce enough food for other areas. It is unfair for us to be in a fertile country and then you hear of other regions dying of hunger, like you saw in Karamoja, where people literally had no food to eat. So I want to call upon us to put more money in this sector. And also, as we put money in the PDM and NADS, I want to call upon the people of NADS to give these seeds timely, because at times they distribute these seeds when time is over, and in most cases would not.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the chairperson for the elaborate report. Mr. Speaker, a number of colleagues have discussed about the agriculture sector, but nobody is mentioning about the fishery sector. May I have come in to say something about the fishery sector. I've not seen the budget for the fishery sector. I've only seen some 6 billion, which will be for clearing the water weed. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the nature of our lakes in this country, many of them have been invaded by the water weed. And of course, we need some good money to clear the water weed from the waters of Lake Choga and some other lakes. I want to implore the Committee of Budget and this Parliament to look for money so that they can add, so that the water weed can be cleared from the lake. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, is about buying inputs for fishermen. I'm seeing we are looking at buying tractors. I'm seeing we are looking at buying hose. But how about the fishermen? If we had put money to buy nets, to buy engines for fishermen, they could also say that they are Ugandans and they are also adding value to our budget. But if we don't really budget for them, to be unfortunate. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, we have valley dams which were excavated in the 60s, 70s. Ever since that time, those valley dams are in our areas, but government has not taken the intervention to desilt them. My humble appeal that we look for money and we desilt those valley dams across the country. I thank you.
Cherangat. No, Kapchora. Chemtai, sorry.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the group, the committee, for the very good report that they have presented to us. I want to thank them for the many things they have mentioned. And especially at this moment, I want to talk about research. Research is the way forward for Uganda right now. We have been depending on other countries for our research. But right now, I want to mention that last week we visited the centers of excellence in Uganda. We visited Makerere University, we visited Kabanyolo, then Uganda Matters University in Kozi. We went also up to Mbarara, and we saw wonders in research. The only problem is that the money which they got is little, but if only this government can support, and I implore the committee to consider these centers of excellence so that they are given more money to do more research for us. I saw very many products, fertilizers, organic fertilizers especially, which they have produced. I saw herbicides, acaricides. I saw soil testing kits. They are doing a lot of things. In Uganda here, we use fertilizers, but in some cases, we don't know that fertilizers, when you put in the soil, they may not be absorbed by the roots of the plants because of the pH of the
of the soil. So we discovered that there is need for testing soils first, and these researches are being done by our children. In these centers of excellence, it has attracted very many students.
Sembo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I also join my colleagues to appreciate the chair for the comprehensive report. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to add my voice on the issue of water for production. It is becoming increasingly difficult to rely on rain-fed agriculture, and our farmers are making many losses. We need a comprehensive plan, a comprehensive approach on water for irrigation. Apparently, in different districts, they select a few farmers, one or two, and that really cannot be an approach that is going to create food security in this country. We need, and the chairperson mentioned in the report that the government seem not to have a plan for irrigation in the country. So I want to pray that the provision that has been put on water for irrigation is provided, and even the budget needs to be more enhanced. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, farmers are having a big problem with counterfeit farm inputs, right from the seeds, both for crops and pasture. When it comes to herbicides and acaricides, there are so many counterfeits and farmers are making losses. I want to pray that government is going to, the minister is here, they are going to make a comprehensive plan to protect the farmers from all these counterfeit products that are on the market. I thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Honorable Minister. And Honorable Minister, please. Honorable Minister. And the responses, Honorable Minister, are to do with finances. What is captured now? Those ones which are not captured are outside the budget framework paper, and we cannot have them in the budget committee. So 3 minutes are enough. Colleagues, I've been seated here since 2 p.m. You have an opportunity of moving around. I don't have it. And tomorrow at 10, I have to be here.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the committee for a good job, a job well done. And also want to thank members for their resourceful contribution and clarifications. I want to make a few clarifications. One, the recommendation of the committee, page 30, narrow, invest deliberate effort into conserving indigenous genes through establishment of a dedicated genetic bank for plants and animals. I want to make a clarification here that it's not very wise to be a prosecutor and a judge in your own case. We have experience of crop conservation under narrow, and really we have not done very well. The conservation of animal genes is for Animal Genetic Resources and Data Bank Agency, which was created purposely for one of the reasons is to conserve. And I want to inform members that actually we host a regional gene bank for over 21 countries in this region, in Entebbe and Naguri. So I think this is not correct. I would like to advise members that actually we should think of another agency to conserve crop, because research, they can pick whatever they want to do research, and then we adopt the technology, but conservation and research has not done very well. Two is land wrangles between
Honorable Minister, if I can request, we go on matters with the financial implication. Those ones of policy nature, I can give you space anytime you request. If you've captured them, then you come and you respond.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to say that the policy statement captures what we have, the priorities that we have been captured and the funding of it. And the recommendations of the committee are actually an extra effort to improve on what we have been given. And we like to say that for the first time, I think because of parish model, we are in our budget, we are at our lowest percentage, Right Honorable Speaker, almost 2.1%. So I want to therefore thank the committee and members for their contribution and the recommendations that they have made. We are going to take them up for further discussion in the executive. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you. Now, Chair Budget Committee, you need to take this seriously. Members of Budget Committee, in the end, you will not blame government. It's us who will blame ourselves. We are the ones who do appropriation. If we don't give money to agriculture, where do we put the money? How are we going to help our local people? Colleagues, I now put the question that the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries on the Ministerial Policy Statement for financial year 2023-2024 be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Thank you, honorable colleagues. Thank you, Chair and team. I know you would have wanted to speak more, but I want members to go and rest so that tomorrow by 10, we are here. Budget Committee, now you have some committees which have presented here. Start processing, start meeting these committees for coordination and consolidation of the budget, so that by the statutory deadline of 30th, you would have already finished, but we are looking at a target of 27th. House adjourned to tomorrow at 10 a.m.